Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole for Monday, February 6, 2023 to order. First off, Council, any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move to approval of agenda. Need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frank. Councillor Schirra, you want to lift something?
I wanted to lift some consent.
Oh, but that's a
Consent, if it's a lifting of consent, you can do that just prior to the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frank. Resolved that the February 6, 2023 Committee of the Whole agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to our council endorsement package, Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee meeting of February 2nd, 2023. Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship. We're dealing with this now? Can I speak to it now, or do I have to ask to have it lifted? I can speak to it. I just wanted to give a brief overview of the meeting. So, as people could see from the minutes, there were 4 designated properties: 99 Main Street, 292 Main Street West, 13 Mountain Street, and 19 Elm Street at the meeting. We had an excellent reports from staff that, and as I pointed out at the meeting, we always learn something new about these properties, about the heritage properties in Grimsby, despite it doesn't matter how long we've lived here or how much we think we know, there's always something new and interesting that comes out of them. I know that there's going to be more of a discussion of 9 Elm at the council meeting. I just wanted to speak quickly about the notice of motion that was in there. The notice of motion was regarding Bill 23 and the Municipal Heritage Register, the part of it. I expressed this concern at Heritage, and it's the reason why I brought the motion forward. There are lots of parts of Bill 23 and that people have concerns with. I think from a heritage perspective, the primary concern is the inability of town councils to have a heritage register. So for those who aren't familiar with the Heritage Register, what that means is that a Heritage Register allowed the town to list properties that were of heritage value throughout the municipality that weren't designated houses. Designated houses were also on the register, but it allowed us to put houses on a list that said, these are important to us. We haven't gone through the process of designating them yet, but at some point we might need to. The real only difference that the Heritage Register has with any other home in the town of Grimsby is that if a homeowner applies for demolition, it gives the town 60 days to evaluate the property and determine whether it should be designated and then designate the property. So it gives a little bit of window of time to designate a property if we feel that it's of heritage value and it should be protected if somebody applies for a demolition permit. We've had cases in the past, and I pointed this out at Heritage, so for those who were there, I apologize for the redundancy, where we've had people apply for demolition permits. Staff evaluated the homes and said, it's been changed too much, and it's not worth preserving, it's not worth designating. And we've had other cases where we went through the process and said, this is a house that is still in good condition, there's still enough of the bones left to save that house. Let's do what we need to do to designate that home. The changes to the Ontario Heritage Act that are part of Bill 23 take away the town's ability to put homes on a list. We can no longer list homes, and when you do, they can only be on there for 2 years, and then they have to be removed for 5 years after that. In other words, there's no protection for those sort of gray area properties where we don't know if they need to be preserved. We know that we know that this home is 120 years old, but perhaps there were 25 additions made to it over the years that make it nothing like what it was when it started off. Staff is not going to have the chance to make that determination anymore because of the changes to Bill 23. So all this resolution is asking is that the government reinstate the parts of the Ontario Heritage Act. I know that people have issues with other parts of that bill, but this one is specific to the Ontario Heritage Act. As a municipality, we've done a lot of work over the years. The town of Grimsby has done a lot of work to preserve heritage. I pointed out that when we created our list, our register, we had members of the committee drive literally down every street in Grimsby and find properties that they thought were of value, create a list, and then we evaluated each one of those as a committee. And we were here till 11 midnight sometimes for nights and nights to make sure that register was accurate and that it accurately depicted what was of heritage value in the town of Grimsby. In one piece of legislation, the provincial government said, that doesn't matter anymore. You can't do that anymore. And again, it's not out of disrespect to the provincial government. I just think that they need to reevaluate that legislation and say this, and I want to point out the consequence of that legislation, and that's what this motion does, Your Worship. So I didn't want to take up too much of council's time at the council meeting with this, but because it's coming forward in the heritage minutes, I did want to point out that that was in there, and I hope that everybody will endorse that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. Seeing no questions or further questions or comments, moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Korstanji. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee Council endorsement package be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Now we move to adoption of previous minutes. Grimsby Public Library Board and Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the Heritage Grimsby Advisory Committee meetings minutes of January 10th, 2023 and the Grimsby Public Library Board meeting minutes of December 14th, 2022 be approved, or be received. All in favor? And that's carried. Now we move to delegations. First delegation is Callie Pyatt from MPAC. Welcome, Callie. Good evening.
Good evening. Alrighty. So, good evening. My name is Kaylee Pyatt, close. I'm the account manager with the municipal and stakeholder relations at MPAC, looking after Niagara region. So I look forward to working with all of you throughout 2023 and beyond. Whether you're a newly elected or seasoned elected official, please know that we're here to help and answer any questions that you may have. We have a full team within municipal and stakeholder relations that are ready should you need us. So at MPAC, sorry, the next slide. At MPAC, we are Ontario's property experts. Our job is to assess and classify more than 5.5 million properties, which have a combined value of $3 trillion. In the past year, Ontario has grown by 45,000 new residential homes, and in 2022, we added over $37 billion to the assessment rolls in Ontario. Every municipality uses our assessments to make informed decisions about their community, including the distribution of taxes. Ontario's property tax system and these assessments generate approximately $30 billion in tax revenue on an annual basis. Next slide, please. So we have 4 key players in Ontario's assessment and taxation system, and all have a different role and interest in this. The provincial government, specifically the Minister of Finance, is responsible for setting assessment and taxation legislation and policies. They also determine the education tax rate. There is also an independent body that will adjudicate on appeals of MPAC's assessed values. This also falls under the province of Ontario. MPAC is an independent, non-profit corporation funded by all Ontario municipalities. Our role is to accurately assess and classify all properties in the province of Ontario. We do this in compliance with the Assessment Act and any regulations that are set by the Ontario government. We are accountable to the province, municipalities, and taxpayers of Ontario through a board of directors, which is comprised of provincial, municipal, and taxpayer representatives, all of whom are appointed by the Minister of Finance. Of course, we have municipalities where you'll determine your budget, set tax rates, and collect property taxes to pay for municipal services such as police, fire, roads, water, and much more. And finally, property owners. They pay the property tax bill and help to set the market value by ongoing transactions of properties. Next slide, please. As you can imagine, maintaining Ontario's property database is very important. Property data is continuously updated so that municipal records are accurate when our municipal stakeholders are making important tax decisions. Maintaining Ontario's property database includes inspecting and assessing newly built properties, renovations, additions, responding to property owner inquiries, and assisting them to understand their assessed values, supporting municipalities by working collaboratively on projects that are important to you, like digital permitting, processing tax applications, and completing approved severances and consolidations. We have important statutory duties as well, which is responding to requests for reconsiderations and maintaining people data by tracking the school support for over 5.5 million properties. Next slide, please. Monitoring the market and assessing newly renovated properties are some of the things we do every day to keep our data up to date. We also periodically update every single property in Ontario based on the same legislated valuation date. This is called a reassessment update. The valuation date for the most recent assessment update, which took effect in 2017, has a valuation date of January 1st, 2016. This is when we determined what every property in Ontario could have reasonably sold for in its current state and condition as of a particular point in time. Regular reevaluation of properties ensures that assessments stay up to date and that similar properties of similar value in the same neighborhood are going to pay similar property taxes. Provincial legislation determines when MPAC conducts each province-wide assessment update and sets the valuation date for that assessment cycle. Next slide, please. So the reassessment was scheduled to occur on 2020, but was postponed by the province to provide stability and certainty to Ontarians and to enable municipalities to focus on responding to the challenges which were posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, property assessments continue to be based on the valuation date of January 1, 2016. This should not have a negative effect on the impact of municipalities financially, as MPAC continues to maintain an update assessment role to reflect changes such as new construction or any physical improvements to property. For new buildings or structures, MPAC will value the property as of January 1, 2016 to ensure equity when we're looking at previously existing structures. Although the assessment update remains paused, our work continues to keep property data up to date. And property owners will receive a property assessment notice from MPAC to reflect any changes. This past November, we mailed out approximately 800,000 new property assessment notices to reflect those changes. Once the province announces when the next assessment update will take place and what the valuation date will be, we will let you know. And we're going to work with you to have meaningful conversations as we work to finalize the values in your community. Next slide, please. So I'd like to talk briefly about assessment in Ontario. So there are three industry-wide approaches to value. We have the income approach, cost approach, and direct comparison. Today I'm going to focus on the direct comparison approach as it's used for residential, condo, and vacant land properties. So should you wish to learn more about the other approaches or have a deeper conversation about assessment, I'm happy to attend a council training or answer any questions individually as you have them. So with the direct comparison approach, we're going to analyze the sale of comparable properties that were sold for a similar or identical use of a property to the property that we're looking to value. This will provide an indication of value, and it's also important that these sales are all open market valid transactions that are used within the analysis. Next slide, please. So when we're looking at the valuation of a residential home, although our analysis and our analysis tools are going to consider over 200 factors, there are 5 main components that will make up about 85% of a typical residential house. So you're looking at location, lot dimension, exterior square footage, quality of the construction, and age of the home. Age of the home will be adjusted for any major renovations or additions that have taken place. Next slide, please. So what might draw our attention to a property? It's typically one of the following things. We're looking at a market sale, a request from the municipality or a property owner, building permit activity, or a filed request for reconsideration or appeal. MPAC's role is to take building permits and plans and turn them into assessment. Our municipal stakeholders rely on MPAC's assessment to levy property tax. The sooner MPAC can deliver assessment, the sooner our municipal stakeholders can realize new revenue. Every year, MPAC processes on average about 300,000 new home and renovation building permits. Next slide, please. So after we assess a change, we will mail the property owner a property assessment notice. There are going to be times that a property owner does not agree with the assessed value that MPAC has determined. So it's important to remember that assessment does not equal taxation. So if a property owner reaches out to you, some things that they should ask themselves is, could I have sold my home for the assessed value on January 1st, 2016? They should visit About My Property and ensure that the data that we have on file is accurate for their house. Also on About My Property, you can do some analysis of comparable research for other homes that are in your neighborhood as well. Next slide, please. So if a property owner is still in disagreement with their assessment, they can file a request for reconsideration. And the request for reconsideration, we will review their file free of charge, and that can be done through About My Property or MPAC.ca. So I do want to take a moment to address the relationship between assessment and taxation. So assessment distributes taxes. It does not determine the taxes to be paid. When a province-wide assessment update occurs, the most important factor is how much of the assessed value has changed relative to other properties in the same class. So it's not the individual property and how much it's gone up, but what has it gone up compared to other similar properties. Next slide, please. In anticipation of the next province-wide assessment update, we have implemented strategies to address misconceptions regarding the misconception between assessment and taxation. These resources have been sent to municipalities, and they are to ensure that when a reassessment notice is announced, that we are here and we're ready to support you. So this digital toolkit is also available on MPAC.ca, and it's going to help municipalities, including elected officials, to mitigate misinformation and provide support and resources to educate property owners. In the digital toolkit, you will find a video on how property taxes are calculated. I do believe some of you would have already seen this. If not, I've embedded it in the PDF on the following slides so that you have it readily available to yourself. So if we can flip through. And then one more. We won't watch the video now, it'll take up a little too much time. So I just want to again thank you for having me here today and let you know that we definitely want to stay connected. So if you haven't done so already, please make sure that you subscribe to In Touch, which is our municipal e-newsletter. You can do so on MPAC.ca, or you can email me and I will sign you up. And please feel free to reach out to me at any time should you have questions or are looking for further resources. And then that concludes if there's any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Kaylee. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Sharwell.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. So my question has to do with how we are assessed through the Niagara region. So many of us were at the Roma conference, and actually Councillor Kerstangi and I spoke with one of your colleagues there, and he was very helpful. But he did say that as far as assessment goes, every municipality is assessed, and then they bill the region, and then the region bills us. So I was a little surprised by that, because I would have assumed that it would have gone straight to the municipality that would have determined that. However, I did follow up with the treasurer at Niagara Region to ask how that comes to us, and I never heard back. And so I'm wondering how I would get that information, and also get the information for how much you assessed us in Grimsby.
Okay. Through you, the Mayor, just to clarify, you're referring to the levy, like the MPAC levy, not just like the assessment of properties. Okay, so the levy is recalculated on a yearly basis. MPAC has delivered a 0% increase to its levy throughout the pandemic. It is delivered to Regional Council, but what I can do is I'll take that question back with me, and I will follow up with you after this.
That'd be great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Korstanzi.
Through you, Mayor. Because we're a two-tier municipality, if our values increase in Grimsby, but our neighboring municipality doesn't, would it mean that our taxes would go up on a municipality level?
Through you, the Mayor. Councillor, thank you for the question. So taxes are going to be determined on your municipality's budget. So irregardless of what a property assessment were to go up. So if we had a reassessment and it was determined that your budget was maintaining the same way, then property taxes would in that sense come down to be reflective of what the budget is.
Hey, Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Kaylee, for the record, I've heard the answer to this question at Roma, but you value the houses that have been valued over since 2016, that were built since 2016. Can you just explain to us how you value them in relation to those built before 2016? How does that work? I mean, I think you said you're going to, the houses will be valued at 2016 levels, but something was built in 2018. How do you adjust that? How does that work?
Certainly. Through you, the mayor. So we use sales of similar houses that sold in and around the valuation date of January 1st, 2016. Then with those houses within the model, we're going to attribute a value to all of the attributes within those homes. So they have a value attributed to them as of the valuation date for January 1, 2016. So using mass appraisal, the model, then we use that on the newly built homes. So basically what we're doing then is we're deriving a 2016 market value for anything that has been built after that, whether it be 2018 or 2022. So in our model, it's because we're looking at 200 plus different factors and we're using that 2016 value, that's what's being pulled through.
So you basically devalue the house value to get to that number.
Through you, the mayor. So it's not devaluing the property because the property needs to be valued as of the valuation date. And the valuation date is January 1, 2016. So it's being accurately assessed as of the legislated valuation date.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegation from Kaylee Pyatt be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to our next delegation, Kelly Campbell and Aaron Levo from West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Rebuild Update. Welcome, Kelly and Aaron. Good evening.
I think it's on. Great. Thank you for having us this evening, Mayor. I'm Aaron Levo, Kelly Campbell. I'll just acknowledge Tony Josie and Mary Volk here to support our presentation. Thank you. So I can kick off. Next slide, please. We're here to provide a little bit of an update on where we are with our redevelopment at the site. While we're waiting, there we go. Yeah, we'll provide you an update of what's happened this past year, some milestones coming up, and then certainly answer any questions that council may have. So we're on to slide 3. Thank you. Yeah, we can go one more, and one more again. Thank you very much. So it's been a long road to get here, and many of us have been involved in that, but we're at the last stage of construction, so this is the exciting part. As you've seen, the crane's gone up, and things are happening on the site, so we're moving forward. We'll move to our next slide, please. So the new site, as you're all aware, is being built right behind the existing hospital, and at the conclusion of construction, once we move into the new hospital, we'll demolish the existing landscape, provide some additional parking, and move forward from there. The new hospital, once it's open, will have 55 inpatient beds, 6 maternal newborn suites, and 8 bassinets. Signature programs at the site, of course, include the emergency department, diagnostic imaging, complex continuing care, acute inpatient care, maternal and newborn, day surgery, endoscopy, and ambulatory care. We'll have centralized outpatient services at the site and double the current number of operating rooms from 2 to 4. The new hospital will be approximately 80% larger than the existing, which is a lot bigger based on current modern standards of building, and it will be 100% single patient rooms. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what's happened so far in 2022? Next slide, please. So just as a recap, in the spring, we finalized our contract with Progerco, Ellis Don. We had a groundbreaking ceremony that many of you attended April 30th. Our early site works completed in the fall. And right now, the ED platform expansion, hoarding installation, kitchen was relocated, some parking alterations, site clearing and cleanup have all occurred. Our local share campaign completed in the fall with the West Lincoln Foundation. Obviously, our municipal contributions, and certainly we're very grateful for that leadership on behalf of the councils, and was vital to getting this hospital project approved to move forward. Our crane was installed in December. Excavation, not evacuation, excavation. Foundations and columns are underway right now. And we've had a really strong working relationship with the town planning department throughout the project, which we're very grateful for. Next slide, please. So looking ahead to what will we expect this year. This is a long project that won't complete till 2025, but in this year, 2023, we'll continue to see, obviously, construction underway. Building structure will continue to progress as we come out of the ground. Cladding and interior finishes will begin. On the furniture, fixture, and equipment side, which is all local share funding, we'll have a multi-year procurement process that will kick off this year and complete inventory to assure that what we thought we were keeping and moving to the new hospital would still be doing so. Our design is 100% complete, and we'll complete our construction documents over the next few months. We're just at 50% CD coming up. In terms of operational readiness, we just hired a new operational readiness manager who's planning that transition, working with all of the programs between our current and our future building, creating processes and procedures for clinical and non-clinical teams for the new building. So our project timelines, we'll hit substantial completion in February 2025. Those municipal local share contributions, as we've been communicating with you, are due about 30 days in advance of substantial completion, which would be in early January, so that HHS has the funding together to make that substantial completion payment to ProachCo. We have, about 4 to 6 months of a transition where we're readying to move into the new hospital, getting all of the equipment and furniture in place, getting teams set up to work in their new space, and then sometime in mid-2025, we expect to open. Another year later, by the time we demolish the old building, do the landscaping, and create the additional parking, so we're looking at the summer of 2026 for the site to be complete. And just some renderings of interior space, which we're really starting to get into some detail, just some concepts, bright, colorful. A lot of the color aspects are used for wayfinding, so particular wings will be a particular color so that patients, visitors, families will know, if I need to go to purple, oh yeah, I was in purple last time, that's diagnostic imaging as an example. Lots of wood tones, really very much on the theme of West Lincoln and the community that we're in. Next slide, please. This is an emergency department, so in the waiting area, you'll see pops of color like orange. We'll be using lots of digital imagery on the walls to create that sense of landscape. A reception area for diagnostics, again, that sort of purple tone that carries through the department. Lots of wood grain finishes, grays on the floor, beautiful terrazzo on the main level. So it's really starting to come together. Next slide, please. This is just a concept for a communication station, a nursing station on an inpatient unit. Again, with that openness. Some of the furniture that would be put in there, millwork largely, and lots of space for teams to meet. Next slide, please. This is an example of an inpatient room. So again, 100% private rooms, space for families, digital communications on the wall, modern equipment, hand washing sink, large washrooms, and of course the views over to the lake, which are fantastic with the escarpment view as well. Next slide, please. Maternal newborn, again, the color concepts, some glazing there that you see with a little bit of a pattern so that waiting areas where families may be have some privacy but still some line of sight. Labor and recovery room on the right side where mom can labor, have her baby, and remain through the course of time in the hospital. Next slide, please. So that's my update. I'll turn it over to Aaron now.
Thanks, Kelly. So Kelly got 17 slides and I get one, but it's going to be a really, really good one. I'll close out and we'll happily answer questions. We're endeavoring as best we can to keep all the communities we serve updated as to the status of the project. We do have a camera now at the site, and we've also been posting regular newsletter updates. People can ask questions directly at the inbox, and certainly welcome any additional ideas from council, as we have been receiving from the community about how best to keep people informed about the project. That's why we're here tonight, and we'll be back again. I think that's it, I hope. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kelly and Aaron, and it's really good news, and we're really happy to see the site moving forward, and look forward to completion, and look forward to seeing you guys again. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions. One, these are all single suites, right? Does that mean people are going to have to pay more when they come in? I was recently in the hospital. I was asked what level of coverage I had, right? So given that these are all single suites, are people going to have to pay out of pocket for what's normally a private room?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, no. When you only have private rooms, you can't offer any preferred accommodation rates or charge patients. So we've already had that conversation with the ministry because it does affect our operating budget without that preferred accommodation revenue. The province is realizing, and the pandemic was a great example, that single patient rooms is the only way to go from an infection control perspective, not to mention all the other advantages. And so they've acknowledged that hospitals, they'll have to make up that deficit in our operating funding.
And another question I have is with respect to finishes. I know that certain materials are antibacterial, or they don't. Are we going to have that in our hospital?
So certainly where it's appropriate, we work with professionals that work with hospital design all of the time, and then we have lots of stakeholders engaged in that process. So where it's appropriate for that to happen, yes,
it's usually high-touch surfaces, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, the good thing about building new is that you're going to get all those latest and greatest infection control type standards that weren't in place even prior to the pandemic.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So you have 55 inpatient beds. Is that the same amount that we had before?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, there's a small increase. What we do is we work with consultants who help us project based on population, what we'll need in terms of beds, critical care beds, all of the different types of beds, whether it's expansion in Hamilton or in Grimsby, all of the work is done the same way based on Department of Finance data. Yes, there are about 8 more beds, I believe, than we have now.
Okay, and have we lost maternity beds because there's only 6?
No, so what we're gaining is 6 maternal newborn suites. We have 0 right now. Mom just has the baby and then comes back to her room. So no, these are net new beds as well.
Just one more question, sorry. Within the beds, is the ratio of post-surgical, palliative, maternity the same, or is it changing?
So we don't do inpatient surgery at the site, with the exception of gynae surgery. So all of our surgery is outpatient, ambulatory surgery, but the ratio is only changing relative to the increase. So the biggest increase would be in sort of that medicine population, internal medicine. Complex care is growing a little bit. And then the rest, as I said, the mat newborn suites are brand new as well.
Councillor DeVoley.
Mayor Jordan, I'm not sure if my question is to Kaylee or if it's to our treasurer, so I'll just explain my question and let either of you help me answer it. So in our financial statements, we have a commitment note that talks about $9.3 million, and it says in there it'll be provided over 30 years, beginning after commencement of construction. But then on your slide, slide 10, says that our municipal share will be due 30 days prior to substantial completion, estimated at January 6, 2025. So I'm confused about our cash flow and when we are going to give you the $9.3 million. Can someone just clarify for me? Do we have a written agreement with you that outlines this, or that perhaps could be shared with council later? But in the interim period for tonight, could you just clarify for me what your understanding is of when we owe you $9.3 million?
Sounds like a treasurer question. So as Kelly articulated, like the delivery to us, as stated in our presentation, is at substantive completion, pending that date holds. The mechanics by which the municipality has allocated the funding and plans to disperse it, I'll leave to you to decide.
Okay, something for us to think about and talk about some more then. Thank you.
Yeah, I can add that as part of our submission to the ministry, what we did have to provide, and each of the councils signed off on, was a letter saying that you were going to meet your commitment for substantial completion. So we did provide that to the ministry.
Councillor Sharwell.
Dear Mayor Jordan, thank you. So I have a few questions. My first one, can you just tell me again what the contributions are for Grimsby, West Lincoln, and Lincoln are?
Don't know those numbers off the top
Okay.
of my head, so we'd have to get back to you.
Okay, that's fine. I can find them. Second one is, how is your timeline, would you say, compared to when you started this project? Like, are we going basically off of what you predicted originally, or?
So yes, I mean, you never actually know your construction schedule till you have a contractor on board. But their timelines did come in very reasonably to what we thought we would achieve, yes.
Okay, perfect. Last question, this is actually another resident that asked me, because of time, she couldn't be here. So my question for her is, says Hamilton Health Sciences has been very innovative in already moving some of its less critical surgeries from its tertiary care hospital to West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. We expect that would expand further when we double the surgical capacity in our new hospital. Do you see the provincial government's plan to add private surgical centers having any impact on surgical volumes at West Lincoln Memorial Hospital in the future?
So that resident is correct. We are doubling the number of ORs, and we are bringing more day surgery to the site than they have today. Absolutely. The impact of private, we don't have any right now, so I don't see that. We will for sure use 100% of our surgical capacity, and we're actually counting on that to expand our capacity even out of what we can do in Hamilton and have residents from Hamilton come to Grimsby. So I think the whole private surgical center that the province is looking at is going to unfold over time, and we'll just see how much additional volume it can take on. But this is a good strategy for Hamilton Health Sciences that we're looking forward to in Grimsby.
Okay, thank you.
I might just add that I think that what the government's current proposal and trajectory foretells is that we were onto something when we decided to embark on this journey of doubling capacity at West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. Like, we have more than ample numbers of day surgeries that can be done there. And one of the important things to note for council and the viewing audience tonight, for sure, is that, you know, at some of the large tertiary sites of Hamilton Health Sciences, Hamilton General, Juravinski Hospital, where we have extreme occupancy, sometimes day surgery, less complex surgery, can be impacted in terms of its timing and schedule as that occupancy rises in those sites. But what we're looking at West Lincoln Memorial Hospital is a site dedicated to that kind of surgery, where there'll be a greater level of predictability and patient satisfaction in terms of the experience. So all good things.
Any further questions? Councillor Frank, you haven't gone yet.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Quick question for you. I note on one of your slides, you're saying the hospital will be 80% larger than the existing hospital. That doesn't equate with the number of new beds or new suites, so can you just give me an idea where the 80% will be? Is it mostly day patients and stuff like that?
No, it's mostly clinical areas. So while the number of beds hasn't increased dramatically compared to a current inpatient room at West Lincoln, which would have 2 to 4 beds, the room will be even larger for 1 bed, times 55, times 6 maternal and newborn suites. And then clinical areas like the emergency department, the
So, blinking, okay, there it is, thank you very much. Before you close, I just want to acknowledge one of our biggest supporters and that could possibly have come along in Grimsby to help us get this hospital off the ground and save it from being closed a number of years ago, and that's Tony Josie, who doesn't get enough credit at this council. And so we just want to make sure that you're acknowledged, and Mary, of course, but you're welcome here anytime, Tony. Thank you.
Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, will we be getting an MRI by any chance?
Unfortunately not. Down the road, I would suggest it's not part of this build. There's a whole separate process with the ministry from a radiation safety perspective that approves CTs and MRIs. But at this time, no, there's not one in the new build.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Korstanji.
Just a quick question, because we're going to have private rooms, is there a risk of Hamilton Health Sciences patients from Hamilton wanting to transfer into West Lincoln Memorial Hospital to have a private room? Well, I mean, there is a risk. Is there a safeguard against that, or?
So yes, I mean, we do have private rooms in Hamilton too. And we have some newer facilities that have that, and we're building the Juravinski Hospital as well. But a patient would, you wouldn't come here just for a private room, let's put it that way. First of all, how would you be admitted unless you actually had something wrong with you? And typically, people, if they're in an emergent situation, aren't going to travel that far just to get a private room. So no, it's not something that we see in other hospitals that have had private rooms come into the community.
But if you're already in the hospital, can you transfer into Grimsby to get a private room
No.
for free?
No.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
No.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Just a quick question. Our current hospital has doctor's offices in the hospital. Because of the age of the building, some of those offices are, well, I think pretty much all of them are old hospital rooms that have been converted to doctor's offices. Are there offices on site in the new building, or will those be moving off-site? And if that was already mentioned, I apologize, I didn't see that in the presentation. We have kind of an unconventional hospital now because of when it was built, but I'm just wondering how that's going to be dealt with.
Yeah, so the physicians that are currently officed in the hospital will have an office in the new hospital. It will be appropriately sized based on our space standards for non-clinical space, but they will be in the hospital.
Councillor Bradzi.
I'd just like to applaud everyone involved in this. I think this project's on. Come on now. There we go. I'd just like to applaud everybody involved in this project. I think it's phenomenal. My main question is, will there be an increase in staff and employees at the new hospital?
Absolutely. That's Aaron's job. So again, as part of our planning with the ministry, not only do we plan for additional beds or additional services, we have to project our staffing. And so that will be a process that will start up in advance, obviously, of moving into the new build to figure out how many more staff. And so that's also part of our occupancy and readiness planning.
Not as of yet, but I could also maybe just add to Kelly's good point that already having a crane and a visible construction is assisting in terms of recruitment as of now. We, like every hospital, has a long hill to climb in terms of achieving the staffing levels that we need, but we're making progress. Like, we are making net gains every month, and I'm super confident once we start having more and more conceptual drawings of the new hospital, we start to get word of mouth out there about the services and the culture there, that we'll be able to meet the need. But as to Kelly's point, that's part of the planning process to project out, and we're not quite there yet. Some of the service details that'll drive that are still a little murky.
Seeing no further questions, again, thank you, Aaron and Kelly. And I just wanted to add, thank you for your presentation. And I just want to add to you, Tony, just nice to see you here, and Mary. But you, Tony, you're welcome in council chambers anytime. So, moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the delegation from Kelly Campbell and Aaron Levo be received. All in favor? And that's carried.
May I just ask, related to your comment on Mr. Josie, once upon a time, this council, a long time ago, issued him a letter saying he was not allowed on the premises, and obviously, we don't feel the same way. Would it not be appropriate to issue a letter in writing saying that that is canceled?
I would be honored.
Wait a sec, how did you get in here now?
I don't think it was ever enforceable from a legal standpoint. Up next, we have Kim Rossi from Pathstone. Good evening, Kim.
Good evening. I'm sorry I couldn't join you tonight. I have a piano lesson that is it's locked in. I can't move it. Happy to share with you just an update on Pathstone and what's going on at Pathstone Mental Health in general, and then focusing a little bit on Grimsby and your walk-in clinic at the Grimsby Public Library, and how many unique clients we see at Pathstone just in general from Grimsby. I did send a presentation. I also realized I sent it in PDF form, so I do have a PowerPoint version if that's easier, and I can share my screen. It's whatever is preferred by, I'm assuming the clerk is running the show.
Yes, I think the screen sharing would be the best way to go. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. Here we go. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, it's up there. Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're going to touch a little bit on, the well-being of children and youth just in general. And I think the last time I spoke to you all was, I realized there's new council members, of course. So I'm Kim Rossi from Pathstone Foundation and Pathstone Mental Health. I did want to recap a little bit about what happened in the pandemic and what we're seeing now, just to give you a full picture. I kind of like pandemic becomes the P word that we've overused, and I don't want to bring it up as much or I want to bring it up as little as possible, but we have to go back to see where we're going in the future. So every 2 years, the Ontario Student Report is revealed, and it's a study survey on student well-being. And for the first time ever, it was done when we were completely at home learning, at least from a student perspective. So 2,225 students were surveyed from across the province of Ontario. And below or on the screen, you can just see a couple of bullet points of some of the interesting highlights that came out of this survey. The interesting part is, kids were at home learning, and we have 18% that said they often or always felt lonely. And that kind of solidifies what we talk about when we do talk about those struggling with mental health issues and they feel lonely or alone and depressed, and they could be in a room full of people. It's just the state of mind that they're in at that time. It has no bearing on who might be around them at the time. The suicide numbers were up, at least those contemplating suicide during the heart of the pandemic. A lot of them felt depressed about the future. Like a lot of us, we didn't know when this was going to end and how long we were going to be in it and what the outcome would be. So young people that maybe don't have the same amount of wisdom that we have in our more mature years, and I'd like to think that we're older and wiser, they didn't have that same type of consciousness, I guess. The other part we found interesting is that 39% said they rarely or never talk to a parent about their problems or feelings. So again, this solidifies the importance of Pathstone in that we were deemed an essential service and that kids still wanted to come and see us at Pathstone. And this could be the reason why. Kids don't have the same amount of privacy that we may have at home or going into the car to have a phone conversation with someone. Kids just don't have that. And if the parent happened to be the heart of the issue, they'd be even more reluctant to have a phone conversation with a Pathstone counselor or a video call with a Pathstone counselor. So we are 55 years young at Pathstone and the primary provider of children's mental health care for the region of Niagara. And we support those from the start of their life up until their 18th birthday. And at age 16, they can transition over to the adult sector if that's something they wish to do, kind of like a pediatrician. They go to age 18, but you can go see a GP when you're 16 or even younger. Our services, as always, are offered at absolutely no cost, and we are mainly funded by the Ministry of Health. And for the last 2 years, we've seen an increase to our base funding of 5%, which really did help us through a very tough spot through the pandemic, where we saw our numbers go through the roof, increase more steeply than they typically have in previous years. We would typically see an 8 to 10% increase in clients coming to Pathstone. Through the pandemic, it was up almost 30%. So with the Ministry of Health being our main funder at 84%, the rest of it is made up by donors, individuals. So Ministry of Health came in at just under $9 million last year, and it cost Pathstone $13 million to operate. I can share with you that so far we haven't had any indication that we will receive that 5% increase to base funding this year. So stay tuned on that one. So over the last 12 months, this is just a quick snapshot of what Pathstone accomplished and the amount of children and youth and families that we were able to support. Really, quite a bright spot at Pathstone are the walk-in clinics. We talk about the region and the fact that we are not completely connected by transit. It's not easy to get around from area to area if you don't have a car. So the walk-in clinics are vital because we actually have now put them in 10 different locations across the region. We've marketed it well to schools, to community centers, to, of course, city and town halls, and then through various media platforms to let people know where we are. 1,300 kids used our walk-in clinics across the province or across the region last year. That does not include the 10th clinic that was just added at the Penn Center. We opened permanently on January 16th, and that's offering services twice a week. We got some surveys back from the kids that went to walk-in clinics. So after they have their walk-in clinic session, we follow up with a phone call and ask them a few questions. And one of them is, why did they come to us in the first place? Like, what were they looking for? And half of the kids that come to walk-in clinic are actually looking for coping strategies, which is amazing. They want the tools to be able to self-regulate, self-soothe, and cope with their issues. And we're the people that can teach them that. So that is really the ideal reason to come to a walk-in clinic, is to get those vital skills to be able to support yourself. It also tells us that kids are coming to the walk-in clinic at the start of a struggle that they might be having. Maybe it's advice, maybe they just need to offload something, maybe they're looking for a second option, or maybe they've been sitting with a problem for a while and want some help with it. So it's kind of going to walk-in, I kind of compare it to having a paper cut versus needing stitches. So they're coming when we can solve the problem and heal. So the other program that is really busy at Pathstone is our brief services program. And so oftentimes if kids come to walk in and it's deemed that they need a little more support, we might recommend brief services, 6 sessions or less of mental health support. This is currently the largest demanded program. It has the longest wait list at this point. The presentation just before me was talking about, new doctors, new staff. We're having a hard time finding new staff for sure. I think like every sector is having, there is definitely a shortfall when it comes to finding employees. This is at the bottom of the screen is a quick stat by the Ontario Psychology Association that actually just came out about 2 weeks ago. And the number of requests for mental health care among children actually increased 104% over the last year. So the map will show you a quick snapshot of where we are with regards to walk-in clinics. We have to add a second flag to St. Catharines because we have one at the Branscombe Centre and then the opposite end at the Penn Centre. As mentioned, it's our front line defense. It's our quickest way to support kids. Those that are on the wait list are actually being contacted regularly to be updated on where they sit on the wait list, what program they're waiting for, and we direct them to walk-in clinic services while they wait. We want to make sure that, we have a fulsome approach to almost hands-on from the moment they are listed on our wait list. So let's talk about the Grimsby Walk-in Clinic because it's one of the busy ones for sure. This walk-in clinic last year was funded by GBF and the cooperators, specifically John Darch's branch, which is located in Grimsby at the total of a $20,000 investment. So the Grimsby Clinic at the Grimsby Public Library, and they are amazing partners to work with, always feeding back, always coming up with new ideas. We've got Pathstone Picks mental health books in the library now to support families and kids that are struggling with things like anxiety, for instance. So with the clinic open 1 day a week at the Grimsby Library, we saw 60 kids last year. And then overall, when we looked at a snapshot of how many kids from Grimsby are accessing Pathstone services, we have 519 points of service and 227 unique clients from Grimsby between January and December of last year. So I'll just update you on where we stand financially this year. We did secure an additional or a $10,000 commitment from GBF for walk-in clinic support for 2023. And we have an outstanding amount of $10,000 that we're still seeking support for the Grimsby Clinic specifically. I kind of went over this already, just talking about what the Ministry of Health is helping us fund and then what Pathstone Foundation is funding over and above, thanks to the commitment of communities, councils, individual donors, corporations. All of the walk-in clinics are funded privately. We've added 3 counselors to our team through the foundation funds to help support the brief wait list and alleviate that. We've upgraded a number of our sites, and you may know that River House is set to open in Welland in April, and that site has completely been purchased, renovated, staffed, and furnished by donors. So what's next in our commitment to community? As always, we want to ensure that we are delivering mental health care to every corner of our community. It is part of the mandate. If kids and families can't get to us, we are not serving them well. We're stepping outside of the region to try to recruit new talent to Niagara. And we're always focusing on being innovative, smart with the funds that we do have, and delivering services through the lens always of kids first. I'm happy to take questions if we have time or if that's appropriate.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, Kim. Questions or comments? Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thanks for the presentation. My question is related to how services are split. So Pathstone's is Niagara, and because of Grimsby's unique geographic location, we tend to get our health services from Hamilton. We're part of Hamilton Health Services, as you saw in the previous presentation. So I teach in a mental health day treatment program in Hamilton, and I'm familiar with kids from Grimsby, and I know Pathstones does important work, but I also know that there are kids from Grimsby that end up using Ron Joyce, for example, in Hamilton, using Mac 3G. So geographically, how is the determination made about who's going to service Grimsby?
So to be honest with you, we received all of McMaster's referrals through the pandemic because they were not seeing kids in person. We actually had a huge influx of clients, mostly eating disorder clients from McMaster through the pandemic. So as much as, I'd love to answer your question as to why one would go to Hamilton for services versus coming to the Niagara region, our Ministry of Health mandate is to cover the entire region of Niagara, which includes Grimsby on one end, all the way through to Fort Erie on the other. The walk-in clinic is obviously a busy one, and the amount of clients we do see, still amounts to something quite valuable. I don't know that the travel to Hamilton is possible for everyone that's living in Grimsby. The fact of the matter is we wanted to put walk-in clinics where they were accessible, centrally located. I don't know if sending people to Hamilton necessarily or making them make that decision that there is no choice anymore, they will be going to Hamilton, would be advantageous from an accessibility standpoint.
Councillor Cristanzi.
Through you, Mayor. So just a couple quick comments, then I have a question. So I love that it's a walk-in clinic that you can have service without delay. I think with mental health for our youth, there's a lot of wait lists, and I think we need that immediate help sometimes. And I love that it is in the library where it is walkable to many of the different demographics. I love that you offer brief services, so you can have a couple of sessions so you feel like you're being helped. Quick question. So you said and their families. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. So, years ago when Pathstone was treating clients, we were treating the children. And, our CEO, Sean Bayless, came to Pathstone from the hospital and, was quick to point out the fact that a mental health issue affects the whole family. It actually affects the whole community. If a child is struggling, it affects the friendships, it affects schooling, and of course the immediate family. So, and the other part of that story is oftentimes the mental health issue we're seeing in children exists in the parents as well. Like there could be a cyclical issue going on here. So we do parenting just as much as we do mental health support for children that we're serving. We have a number of parenting clinics that we will see a lot of families at, whether their kids are in service with us or not, just to get that support and guidance. It's one of those you don't know what you don't know. So if they were raised in a particular way, they might continue raising their children in the same way. But then when a mental health issue arises with their children, they have to take a step back. And our counselors and therapists take a whole look at the family before they're even meeting with the children individually, just to see what that at-home dynamic is like.
That's excellent. Thank you. I didn't realize that was a part of the services, and I don't think much of the community do. I think parents will appreciate knowing that that help is there. One other question. You had 227 unique clients. Can you elaborate on that a little, please?
Yeah, so oftentimes kids might be using multiple services at Pathstone. So when we say unique clients, that means, individual people, so 227 individual kids, and then collectively accumulated 519 sessions of care at Pathstone. And a session is defined as an hour of care. And then walk-in clinic is over and above that. So 60 clients coming to us at walk-in for a 1 hour session.
Thank you. And yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, thank you. And just to verify, you're the only organization that provides these services in Grimsby, I believe, right?
From a walk-in clinic standpoint, yes.
And Councillor Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. Okay, I have a number of questions. So one of the things that I find a little muddy is that, like, I'm one of those that will look through the CRA documents to find out information before any not-for-profit comes. So one thing I did notice was that there was $1,634,215 in gifts that, so that's what you gave out. So here you're asking for 10,000, but you actually gave 1.6 million in gifts. And one of our local organizations that we actually, the community really supports strongly and donates a lot is actually the Grimsby Benevolent Fund. And they've actually done the same thing where people donate and then they went and they also contributed to your organization as well, right? So you are actually getting Grimsby community funds through, I would say, the Grimsby Benevolent Fund as well. But part of the issue is, I know for myself, when I choose to donate to an organization, I'm hoping that it stays in that pot, and whatever that organization, says that they're going to do with that money, that it stays there rather than them deciding they're going to give that money, right? So that's just a little thing that,
Can I clarify
Yes.
for you the 1.64 million that you're citing? So Pathstone Foundation is the fundraising arm for Pathstone Mental Health. We only gift to Pathstone Mental Health. So when you see gifts, it's Pathstone Foundation gifting to Pathstone Mental Health. We're not gifting to other organizations outside of Pathstone.
Okay, that does help. Thank you.
No problem.
I did notice that there was the Pathstone and there is the foundation. Now, with those together, it looked like there was actually more revenue than there were expenses. Can you clarify if I just miscalculated on that for the last statement?
For sure. So in the height of the pandemic, we definitely didn't have the same expenses, but we also didn't raise the same amount of money either. So we came pretty close. Our financials are, I'm not going to say interesting. They're very, like, it's black and white, but with Pathstone Foundation and Pathstone Mental Health, Ministry of Health funds Pathstone Mental Health, then Pathstone Mental Health rents from Pathstone Foundation as we own the Branscombe Center. And then Pathstone Foundation funds everything that Ministry of Health does not cover for Pathstone Mental Health. So there's a lot of, I'm not going to say it's a shell game, but there is movement to and from. I'm happy to get our finance person to connect with you directly on, like, the line by line. As I go in and I fundraise whatever I can to raise to keep the programs running that the foundation currently funds, which is all of the walk-in clinics and those other things I mentioned, the brief services, the Mountain View Center, the River House Reno. So I don't have the documents in front of me to get into line by line. I could just kind of clarify the gift part that you mentioned, because I knew that, completely with 100% assurance. The other detail I would want to double check and get back to you if that's fine.
So I don't know if this is appropriate, but I think I do like what you're providing. That's just my humble opinion. I do think you're not asking a ton of money. However, I don't know if you were aware, last week or a few weeks ago, we did have another not-for-profit come and we actually deferred it back until we have criteria.
We're actually just receiving this delegation this evening.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Bradzi.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, are your services tailored strictly for young children, or do they go into adolescents, young adults, and?
Our Ministry of Health mandate allows us to treat and support those from birth to age 18 to a child's 18th birthday.
Okay, so it does cut off at 18.
It does.
Yeah, no, I would like to support this, and also, I would like it to see it continue on into professionals and adults as well. I just kind of wanted to share a story of a local Grimsby product. Johnny Kovacevic, currently playing for the Montreal Canadiens, living out his dream and openly sharing his mental struggles while literally fulfilling his dream. So it can, although there's a huge issue among our minors, it is also a prevalent issue in elder professionals and adults as well. So, but I very much support what you're doing.
Thanks for sharing that.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Corstangi. Resolved that the delegation from Kim Rossi be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much for coming out tonight, Kim. Have a good
Thank you,
evening.
Mayor. Thank you, Council. You too, as well. Thank you.
All right, up next, we have Bob Friesen, Greening Grimsby. Good evening, Bob. Nice to see you again.
Well, I also have good news. I'd like to identify positive initiatives that town staff and Grimsby residents have about greening Grimsby. But I also hope that from my presentation you take away that more needs to be done. In particular, we need a tree plan that helps to preserve mature trees, not just on public land, but also on private land. Next slide, please. The main environmental issue that Grimsby faces is that our urban canopy coverage is significantly less than what is considered healthy by Environment Canada. Next slide. Research shows that canopy coverage is directly related to improved health, reduced crime, greater biodiversity, better soil retention, and better temperature modulation. Urban canopy has even been linked to increased property values, and as you can see, Grimsby has responded in the following ways. They planted 300 trees last year. That's okay, you can go to the next slide too. We have a commemorative tree program that for $450, the town of Grimsby will plant a tree and care for it for 5 years. They've also mapped out some new trees on a GIS system to monitor their health and well-being. Next slide. And it's exciting to hear that the town of Grimsby has partnered with the Vineland Research Station for the Greening Landscape Consortium. This consortium consists of 2 separate research groups, best practices that study focuses on the establishments of new trees, while the canopy climate readiness study focuses on the maintenance of mature trees. And besides the partnering with the Vineland Research Station, town staff are working on a bylaw regulating trees on public lands. And they also have participated and helped organize TD Tree Days, where we have tree plantings on sites around Grimsby. Next slide, please. In terms of citizen groups, the Grimsby Garden Club provides trees at a very inexpensive rate for private citizens to purchase, and the club encourages Indigenous trees plantings on private property. Next slide. And before that, though, I don't have a slide for this because I just learned that there's a new group, the Grimsby Environmental Network. They just announced that they were in existence on Saturday, so I didn't have time to put the slide on. But I do know that this group is working on the rejuvenation project at the Grand Old Oak Stand in Grimsby Beach, and has goals to educate and engage residents in actions that will help improve the environmental health of our community. They're on Facebook if you'd like to check them out. Next slide. And also in Grimsby Beach, there are residents who've carried out a tree inventory. So this particular map here is of Victoria Terrace next to the beach. Each of those black dots represents a tree. They're all been numbered and mapped out. Identified by species, measured the girth, the height, and given an estimated age. Next slide. From this inventory, we know that since the survey was conducted, we have lost 8 mature trees. That's trees that are greater than 30 centimeters in diameter, but gained 3 fruit tree saplings and 4 canopy saplings. Next slide. And so it would seem that with all of these initiatives from town staff and the Grimsby Garden Club and the Grimsby Environmental Network and Grimsby residents that we're on the right track towards a healthy urban canopy. But it's here that I want to point out that these collective efforts, while in a positive direction, pale in comparison to what we really need to do to make a difference. To demonstrate this, we need to have an understanding of how mature trees in an urban canopy help to reduce our energy consumption and just how superior mature trees are at capturing carbon when compared to saplings. So let's start with energy consumption. Next slide, please. These three circles represent the shade provided by 3 trees in my neighborhood. The temperature under a tree can be 15 degrees lower than the surrounding area. A car in the shade can be 40 degrees cooler than when it's sitting in the sun. Shade not only cools the area where we live, it reduces energy consumption because we don't need to turn on our air conditioners to cool our homes and cars. And this in turn reduces greenhouse gas emissions. As these 3 circles show, mature trees cover a much broader area, providing a greater cooling effect than young saplings, and it will take many decades before the saplings that we plant today will be able to cool like the 200-year-old tree does. Next slide. Going back to my neighborhood, the circles on the left show the amount of shade we've lost by removing 8 mature trees compared to the 7 saplings that we planted. Next slide. The benefits of shade are enormous, but if we continue to remove mature trees at the rate that we do, we're exposing ourselves to solar radiation and missing out on the cooling effect of the canopy that used to cover us. Consequently, we'll have to turn up our air conditioners, consume more energy, and add more, not less, carbon to our atmosphere, which brings us to carbon capture. Next slide, please. Besides cooling us and reducing energy consumption, a mature urban canopy also captures carbon. We know that carbon in our atmosphere contributes to global warming. As they grow and build wood, trees capture carbon from the atmosphere, and the larger the tree, the more carbon it captures. Research shows that trees under 15 centimeters in diameter capture about 2 kilograms of carbon annually. Trees 90 centimeters in diameter capture about 650 kilograms annually. That's a ratio of 1 to 325. Next slide. Going back to my neighborhood, when we removed 8 mature trees, we lost an enormous potential for carbon capture. This is represented by the black rectangle. When compared to the carbon capture gained by planting 7 new saplings, represented by the green square, you can see that the deficit that we've created. Next slide. I don't know how many mature trees were cut down in our municipality in the last 2 years. I would guess it's dozens. But if our response is to plant 300 trees, we're operating at a huge loss with regards to shade cover and carbon capture. 300 trees equals the carbon capture of just over 1 mature tree taken down. If we were to replace the carbon capture ability of the trees removed in my community in the last 2 years, we would require 2,152 trees. Our response was to plant 7. To say that our response was weak would be a gross understatement, and this is why our culture needs a shift and why we need a tree plan that will effectively deal with the problem. The image in this slide is another example of our anemic response and apathetic approach to the preservation of mature trees. This image is a butternut tree in Grimsby Beach that's well over 200 years old. It's considered by arborists to be a legacy tree. This is an endangered species and may very well be the oldest one in Ontario. For 3 years, residents have made requests and inquiries of the municipality regarding its preservation. The tree sits on private and Ministry of Transport land, which makes the responsibility of its care complicated. And while the tree may not be municipal responsibility, that it lives in our municipality should garner enough interest to investigate and take action. Likewise, when the Grimsby Beach Tree Inventory, an inventory that was praised by the MHBC, the company who conducted the land use study for Grimsby Beach, was presented to town staff, there was no response. Staff did not seem to appreciate its significance or even acknowledge its existence. And even today, when you go on the Grimsby website and look down the list of committee, advisory committee and boards that are part of our municipal government, an opportunity for citizens to contribute and have a say in what goes on, there is not a green committee on that list. I'm told that it will be added later, But the very fact that it doesn't appear now suggests that it isn't as important as the other committees and that it isn't a priority. I don't know who made that decision, but what does it say about the culture of Grimsby and its relationship to our environment? Next slide, please. Our library, art gallery, arena, and museum are all important parts of our community. But they won't be very important if it's too hot to go outside or we can't afford to cool them because of energy costs. Next slide, please. To make responsible choices, it's useful to see what's going on in the other communities. Up there you can see in the municipality of West Lincoln, they've planted 1,800 trees, which is and adding another 250 in this coming year. That's awesome, but it's still a drop in the bucket compared to how the effects of taking out mature trees. You can see Port Colborne is conducting a residence survey to canvass residents on the urban canopy management plan. And you can see that in the region, 7 of the 12 municipalities in Niagara have some kind of green advisory committee to deal with the urban canopy and the other environmental issues. Next slide, please. There's lots of other initiatives that Grimsby could do, residents and town staff, ones that are not expensive and would go a long way to educating the public to make sure that they preserve mature trees on their own private property and for us to celebrate the preservation of mature trees on public land. Next slide. If a strong and healthy urban canopy is truly a goal, responsible actions would be to establish a green committee with a strong voice, to aggressively educate the public about the monetary value of mature trees, to establish an urban tree policy and strong bylaws that protect this natural asset, and to consider hiring a town arborist. We live in a community where concerned residents pull vines off of mature trees in public parks so the trees don't choke to death, where residents do their own tree surveys to monitor the health of our canopy, where citizens use their time and energy to create groups like Grimsby Environmental Network to educate us about how we can live responsible in our environment, where communities get together to build birdhouses to raise funds to purchase and plant new trees. There are many examples where the people in this town have risen to the occasion, defended the environment, woodlots, and it's admirable and heartwarming to see residents engaged like this. But on the other hand, it's sad too. Sad that town staff get in confrontations with residents over boundary trees. Sad that individuals have had to threaten to take developers to court when municipal tree bylaws are not enforced. Sad that developers get to choose to contribute after they've cut down mature trees. And sad that our Grimsby official plans describe environmental initiatives with verbs like should and could instead of will and shall. And sad to see the town's advisory green committee so frustrated last term. I gave a presentation like this 18 months ago, and I don't think I saw a more dejected group of people. They were really, really frustrated. I hope this presentation shows you that mature trees are far better at capturing carbon and reducing our energy consumption than new trees, and therefore need to be preserved wherever it is safe to do so on public and private land. I hope that you come away recognizing that we need a tree plan where bylaws are enforceable and discourage developers and property owners from felling mature trees. Other communities around the Golden Horseshoe have tree plans. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. As you review this year's budget, perhaps making a tree plan a reality would do the population a lot of good. It makes my spine tingle when I hear about this particular building, a building that was renovated 11 years, having office renovations totaling a cost of $1 million over 3 years. That money could be used in many other ways that would benefit all the citizens of Grimsby. My final ask, and perhaps the most concrete one, is that you guys put a tree plan on a schedule, on a timetable, a tree plan that is on the calendar with a firm implementation date and with public input. Otherwise, as experience has shown in the past, it'll likely end up on the shelf gathering dust like a lot of other good intentions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation, Bob. Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, thank you very much. And I just want to tell you from a very personal perspective, when I ran again, I wanted to do something transformational. And what I decided it would be is to work on the environment. And when we're talking about trees and tree canopy and the environment, it's not just one little committee here, but that committee has to provide advice to what we do in finance and operations and every other activity that the town does. And I know you'll see it's on the agenda that there is a green committee proposed, and I would expect it to be very robust and active and funded, and to really give it some power. I've been pushing for various activities, such as microforests, where we have the regional water reservoir just up on Park Road. There's so much more that we could do and should do and will do. So I hope that when we start looking for volunteers for this committee, that people like yourself will put your name forward. Because while I'm really enthusiastic about this, there are so many people in town who have so much more knowledge and can make such a huge contribution to making these kinds of initiatives a reality. So thank you for your presentation. I'm 100% with you, but I want to say I'm 100% with you and more. Thanks.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and I'd like to ditto that. But I've got to say that the beach community, and you're out here, there's a good example. I mean, you show up at these meetings and you participate all year round. And I've met with Bob and I've met with Mark and almost everybody at the beach in regards to trees, and we don't seem like we're getting further ahead. I commend you 100% for your presentation, and everything you said is absolutely 100% true. We are way behind the 8 ball than the other municipalities, and I was glad to hear my colleague here commit to doing whatever is possible and then more, and I'll be right beside her if I can. A few questions, though. You mentioned that we're 30% behind, 30% behind most municipalities in terms of tree canopy. How do you measure that?
The 30% is what Environment Canada designates a community should have to be healthy for the population. For all of the indigenous species, they say it needs to be 45%. So to have a canopy cover, that's 45%. In Grimsby, I think it says on the slide 11%. Some estimates are even less than that.
I know the federal government a couple of years ago committed to funding 1 billion trees across Canada. Are we looking for a grant, part of that grant to have, is the town, or is sorry, Sarah, maybe you can answer that question. Are we waiting, or have we filed for some money from that grant from the federal government to plant trees?
So there's 2 intakes. One is to plant trees, and the first is capacity building. So we have a partnership right now with NPCA. They're actually facilitating it, and all Niagara region partners are on it. So we're doing the capacity piece right now. That should be wrapping up in the next 2 months or so. And then the intention is to apply for trees. I forget what the total volume is. It's quite an ambitious approach, and that will involve public lands, but also private lands. Actually, we shared some on social media. If anybody saw it, they're going to be calling out to private landowners as well, looking for those voices of interest. But yes, we are hoping that the assumption is that if we have a good capacity piece in place, and I think we will, that we're in a really good standing for that next round of intake of actual tree planting. And that's a 10-year program.
Sarah, is there anything you could add to the...
Sorry, sorry, could you speak into the microphone?
Sorry.
Can we allow Bob to ask a question, Sarah?
He just asked about the Vineland Consortium. That's a fairly new program that we are excited to be a part of. We have a few staff that are participating on that, and it's really looking at making sure we're not just planting trees, we're planting trees wisely. Right place, right space, right location, right, diversity, looking at all of those different elements to really make sure we're investing in a healthy canopy.
Okay, so I didn't mean to break protocol there. You mentioned, Bob, in your presentation that you figured there was dozens of trees taken out of Grimsby that were very valuable trees in different areas of Grimsby. I think you were grossly underestimating, because I know there's probably hundreds. And one of the big concerns I have with the cutting down of trees and not the planting of trees is the problem we have with flooding. And especially on the escarpment and down the bottom of the escarpment. And I harp on this all the time. And I know that some of those big trees, they retain water up to, I think, 300 gallons a year, some of those big trees, to prevent water from, they absorb the water and prevent it from flowing down the escarpment, that type of thing, which prevents the flooding at the bottom. I don't know if you've done any research on that, but you didn't put that in your presentation, but I think it's worthy of noting. So anyways, look, thanks again for your presentation. I totally endorse what you say, and if there's anything we can do here, I'll be totally 100% behind it. And thank you, everybody, for coming out. Appreciate it very much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bradzi.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I totally get we need to increase our tree canopy to reduce heat island effect of concrete in urban areas. I'd just like to bring up our scenario in Ward 4. We have some trees down a boulevard in the center of our street, and there's no sprinklers, nothing to water said trees. So we have a few dying now, and I've had several business owners and residents complain at that during the campaign. I agree with pretty much everything you said. The only thing that I kind of defer on is the fact if this needs to be a standalone committee. I feel like the GIS asset management part of it would lie into Public Works. And I feel like this just really needs to be tackled from the planning and civil engineering perspective, to be honest.
All right, Councillor DeFlavio.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you. Thank you, Mr. Friesen, for your presentation. I think it would be funneled through Public Works. It would be a subcommittee of Public Works. I think there's a lot of work to be done. So defining protected trees, for example, heritage trees, native species. You mentioned butternut tree, for example. That identifying those alone is a huge project. You've done it for neighborhoods, but doing it for the entire municipality would require a lot of hours of work. But I think that you've made a good point in that there's a value in that. I think that even the low-hanging fruit is establishing bylaws that protect and maintain trees and have penalties for non-compliance. You can start by doing that so that people don't cut down the trees, and then we can get on with the inventorying of the municipality. But I think we do need to start with something, and we've traditionally been told, and it was quite difficult in the past, we've been told that tree preservation bylaws are difficult because they're difficult to enforce because it's a tree on private land quite often, and a lot of the municipalities that have them really just make you plant trees for the ones that you cut down, which is not adequate. So there's some research that needs to be done, but I agree with you wholeheartedly that we do need to put something in place that protects those trees. When you talk about 200-year-old trees that could be cut down, there's no, I understand that every day we're planting trees that hopefully will be around 200 years from now, but you still can't replace those ones that have been cut down. So we do need to do everything possible to maintain them. So I think you've got the will of council to move forward, and it sounds like there's a lot of positive feedback that you're getting tonight about establishing that bylaw. So now we have to direct staff, and we have to put some resources towards writing that bylaw and taking the next steps to make it happen. But I think you've got the number of people that you need to make that happen this go around. So I hope that we can make that happen for you and for everybody.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan. So minor, just basic recommendations. I think this is fabulous. I fully support what you're saying. And I don't want you to go home and nothing changes, because that sucks. And just even, in Canada alone, we're losing a ton of trees to development all the time. So my suggestions would be if as a municipality, if we could embrace this as some big movement almost that we're doing in Grimsby, and this is the culture of Grimsby. I know we've talked about this through our strategic goal setting or through strategic priorities, that we're working on. So I think that's something we need to shift, and we all need work on that. So regular citizens, we need to start to embrace that somehow, and maybe work a little harder at that, so it just becomes an accepted thing that we do in Grimsby. Another thing I would also suggest, if we could somehow get on board with this, is maybe speaking with the provincial government and seeing if they can help, because they're really the ones that are, if there's nothing that we can do as far as people just cutting trees all over the place, they're really the ones that can stop it. So if we can somehow get them on board where they know that they can still make their money and we can preserve the trees, that would be a big step. Another thing as well, I think, and that includes developers as well. So if we can work with developers to maybe be a little bit more responsible somehow and hold them accountable. And the last thing would be if we could maybe start engaging the elementary schools locally or the high schools as far as the tree planting, because we need that next generation to also hold all of us adults accountable, and maybe that's the way we start to do it. So those are just suggestions. Have you done any of those, or do you have anything to add to that?
I honestly think that the formation of a green committee that feels like they have a voice is important. I know Heritage went through the same kind of pains in the last term as well, and things seem to be going much smoother. Whatever the mechanisms or tools are, you need to share them with the Green Committee so that they feel like their voice and their suggestion and their time is used wisely.
So I'm just going to add to that. I agree. I think Green Committee, if you can hit all these things, that would be fabulous. And if we can maybe in our recruitment really try to entice some high school students, some youth to come along as well, just so that we can get that perspective. And yeah.
Councillor Korstanzy.
So first of all, thank you. I thought that was great. It was very educational. I would love a copy of that. I would also like to see that presented to the community. I think education is key. A lot of us aren't aware of the tree canopy and how important it is. So I think education of the community to get the buy-in is a key piece. 100% support everything. I live in a townhouse complex that's a little bit older. We actually have a tree bylaw within there where any tree that's removed, like the trees are well looked after, they're constantly treated. If anything needs to be removed, they actually replace it, and they take great care to replace it with certain ones. We have some older ones, so it is very easy to do. The other thing might be interesting is on the website, it's a tree canopy meter. So we have sort of when we're planting trees and when things are removed. I know it's hard to tell what's removed, but maybe there's a reporting system that we can actually see a number of where we are to give us a constant reminder of what's going on. I know I've seen a lot of trees removed. We had some protected trees removed, and I mean, there was really nothing that could have been done about it, or there was nothing that was done about it, which is a shame. Like you said, I don't know if you said this, but a very intelligent person taught me this, that it takes 129 saplings to replace one mature tree. So, yeah, we're way behind where we need to be, but thank you. And just a quick question. Did the Grimsby Beach residents make that study? Did you guys do that yourselves? Okay. the study of the trees in Grimsby Beach and yes, that's phenomenal. I would love to see that all over town, but congratulations to you guys, because I know that would have taken a lot of work and research and stuff, but that's absolutely phenomenal. Thank you.
Again, thank you for coming out, Bob, and thank you for your presentation, and have a good evening. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frank. Resolved that the delegation from Bob Friesen be received. All in favor? That's carried. Okay. Moved by Councillor Devoli, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that the written delegation from Scouts Canada be received and that the flag raising be endorsed. All in favor? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that the written delegation from Community Support Services of Niagara be received and that the flag raising be endorsed. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to number 7, our consent agenda. Does anyone want to lift anything from the consent? Councillor Charwa.
I would like to lift 7.1A, tax write-offs, 7.1B, fire dispatch agreement renewal, and I'm still not done yet. I think that's it for the consent. I think those 3 items. Yes. 6, administration consent. Where are the other ones? So that's 4, right? Oh, okay. Discussion, community services, information. I think that's it. That's good. 7.1, A and B.
All right, so at this time, we'll approve the the rest of the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items, that the consent items be approved on the recommendations as contained therein. A report DCS 23-02, Community Services Information Report, February 2023. DCS 2303, Department of National Defense Land Discussion. DPW 2301, Assumption of Municipal Services, Lake House Subdivision. DPW 2302, 2022 Annual Drinking Water System Quality Report. All in favor? That's carried.
Mine has 2305 first then.
All right. All right, now we'll speak on Finance 23-05. Councillor Charwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. My question was more so for clarification. I'll just bring it up here, sorry. If you could explain, I don't have any issues with 1 Park Road North or 231 Ridge Road East. However, if you could just give me a brief explanation about 9 Woodward Drive.
Good evening, through the mayor. So 9 Woodward Drive, it's under section 357(1)D, so it was raised by fire, demolition or otherwise. What is it that you would like to know?
So it wasn't a fire, was it just raised, and what what are the circumstances? Why did they do that?
Through the mayor, I might have to get back to you on that one.
It's my understanding, when I looked this up, 9 Windward Drive was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this is the office for quality custom home builders. Is that correct? Right?
They've been removed.
Okay, so if that's the case, yes, if they've been removed, I'm not quite sure why we are writing that off.
Through the mayor, this is, what happens is the taxpayer or the ratepayer comes to the town, makes an application. The application then is submitted from the town to MPAC. MPAC goes out to the site, investigates, supports, makes a recommendation back to the town staff, then the town staff, according to the Municipal Act, has to make this recommendation to council to go through with that. So I can certainly get back to you as to what the specifics were in relation to that property, but I can say with certainty that MPAC is making the recommendation that they're entitled to the tax write-off.
And through your professional opinion, would you say that this is a normal write-off?
Through the mayor, there are only those set conditions for the write-off, so they would have to meet those criteria. So there isn't gray area as to what can be or can't be written off. So I would say it would fall into those categories.
Okay, thank you. My question was more so just procedure. I didn't know if this was just like, I just feel like putting in this application, but there is a procedure, and MPAC basically says that they are allowed to get this. So I just want to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, through the mayor, I can say with certainty that is the case.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see 3 Burgess on there, and I'm wondering why. And maybe you can't answer right away, but if you could get back to me.
Through the mayor, I was actually looking at that email earlier today, and I can certainly, because I know you did inquire about that, so I can follow up.
Yeah, I think it was sort of late January, early February. I can't remember exactly, but it did. Well, I mean, the outer part didn't burn down, but the inside was uninhabitable and has been for almost a year now. So, thank you.
Councillor DeFlavio.
To you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding the Windward property, this is the frustration that I have about the MPAC presentation from earlier tonight. So once you take the business off that property, it becomes vacant land. And so I'm assuming it gets assessed as vacant land. And then it would be assessed as vacant land in 2016, the value of 2016 vacant land on Windward. Whereas vacant land in 2023 on Windward would probably be worth more than the value that property was currently assessed at with the business on it. So it's one of the many problems with MPAC and the way the assessments occur, but this is one of those primary examples where there should not be an advantage to a property owner to demolish a business and leave a vacant parcel of land. And so I don't know if there's something that we can do from a municipal perspective to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. I know that that's difficult because it's assessment based, but what I don't want to see is parking lots and empty parcels of land as a result of people seeing the value of tearing down a property and to save money. So I'm hoping that this will be redeveloped quickly. It's in a very important area in Grimsby, in a very visible area. So the redevelopment, I encourage it. It was an underdeveloped piece of property the way that it was with those model homes on it. But until it gets redeveloped, we're going to be suffering, and the municipality is going to be suffering from a tax perspective. So if you have any thoughts on that, I'd love to hear them.
I hear you, through the mayor, I hear your concerns about MPAC. I guess when they were paying taxes based on 2016 assessments, and so the credit, I guess, should be, I hear your concern about being a commercial versus a vacant land. I can certainly take away what options there are to deal with vacant parcels or vacant properties, if that's a direction of council to pursue. I do believe some of those policies do have to come from the region and by which we adopt them, so I will have to take that away and look into it more.
And just to clarify, I mean vacant parcels that are in areas that are only being left vacant. These types of areas like that are high demand, service road vacant parcels, where we want to light a fire under them and balance the tax base. I'm okay with a vacant parcel of where homes will be built in the future. Where we have commercial land that's sitting vacant, that's a significant difference from a taxpayer's perspective, in my opinion. So, thank you.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan. Yes, if I don't know if you're the right person, but if we could somehow do our best to maintain that it stays commercial, I would really appreciate that. I don't know if that's possible, but.
Through the mayor, that's definitely outside of my wheelhouse, so I will not answer that question, but I believe there would be lots of changes that would need to happen to rezone that piece of property.
All right, seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor Sharwa, second by Councillor Howe, resolved that report FIN 23-05, 2023 tax write-offs dated February 6, 2023 be received, and that the total tax write-offs of $27,232.61 as outlined in Appendix A be approved. And can everyone use their online voting to vote either for or against? That was carried. All right, now we move to report FCR 23-01. Councillor Sharwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. I just have some questions here as well, Chief Hudson. Let's see where they are. So, a few questions. Why do you think we should do this?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is really an essential service to allow our firefighters to communicate and receive 911 calls. So in Niagara Region, most fire calls are routed through St. Catharines Fire Dispatch. They have the technical capability of doing it. And the town of Grimsby has used this for a number of years with satisfactory service. So by continuing it, we continue that level of service. It's really an essential service.
Okay, so my next question is, this is a 15-year contract. Do you feel like this is an acceptable period of time, or it seems like a very long contract?
So absolutely. One of the issues that the Niagara Region, actually all of Canada, is facing is we are about to embark in new technology across the country called NG 911, New Generation 911. I know the city of St. Catharines is making a significant investment in upgrading their equipment to allow dispatch using this new system. And in fact, federal regulations require every dispatch center, whether it's police, fire, or ambulance, by 2025 to move to this. And if emergency service has not switched over to NG 911 by 2025, then really the old system gets cut off and residents would not be able to use the 911 system. So really, this is in recognition of the significant investment that St. Catharines has to make, as well as other dispatch centers throughout Ontario to upgrade the service. They're looking for a long-term commitment from their partners, and I would definitely recommend doing this. There is an out clause. There is a 2-year escape clause in the contract if Town of Grimsby finds that the service is not satisfactory and does want to move to a different provider. We have had an exit clause for quite some time, so this is really nothing different. Really, the only thing different here is that they're looking for a longer-term commitment. In that as well, there is a bit of a price guarantee that it is tied to, consumer price index per year. So we do have, from a planning and financial budgeting perspective, we do have an assurance of our costs over the next 15 years, should we choose to continue with the agreement. So yes, it is my recommendation to continue with this.
Okay, so my concern is that what I've been noticing, just as a new councillor, I have been reading a lot of the minutes of different municipalities and kind of learning the inner workings of the Niagara region, and I feel in a lot of situations, maybe it's just my perception as I'm kind of figuring this out, but it seems as though we absorbed a lot of the upper tier municipalities' costs. And St. Catharines with transit, we're seeing that, and possibly with fire. Do you know of any alternatives? And if you do, are there any shorter term alternatives?
There are, let me back up a step. Going to the NG91 is a bit of a game changer for everybody. There are alternatives that, such as going to another municipal fire service, which would carry significant costs in that we would have to upgrade or change over hardware to be able to communicate with those centers. We have investigated other options, going to, different departments to do this. There are private, providers that will do this. However, as I said, there would be significant costs. Town of Grimsby has invested in recent years significantly into the new P25 system that's operated by Niagara Region Police. So by going to a different provider, we would have to abandon that, get all new radios, and it just would not be cost effective. In terms of absorbing cost of the upper tier, I think by maintaining the pool of municipalities that continue to use St. Catharines as the provider, there is economy of scale, and there are federal grants available, I'm hearing, to help with the transition to mitigate those costs as municipal fire departments and emergency services go to the NG911. So I think by maintaining this agreement with St. Catharines, we can tap into some of those mitigating grants that St. Catharines is actually pursuing.
Sorry, thank you. I appreciate that information. So I have actually been doing my research as far as what the other municipalities have done. And I'm not sure, I can't remember if it was Fort Erie first, but they actually transitioned to Tillsonburg. And it was quite a bit less. And it was a 5-year term. And then Welland, I don't know if it was Fort Erie first and then Welland, so the one was 5 years, considerably less, very efficient apparently. And then the other municipality also wanted in on the savings. They also got a contract for 8 years, much less. So my personal preference, if we could do this as a council, is to get a quote and some information about Tillsonburg before we decide on this and compare. Do you have any suggestions with that, Chief Hudson?
Yes. Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. I would strongly recommend against going with Tillsonburg. Both Fort Erie and Welland are maintaining, they're not going with they did not go with a digital system. They're maintaining old legacy analog equipment. So what that would mean we would have to, in Grimsby, abandon the use of the Niagara Regional Police System and put in the infrastructure, the towers, the network lines and everything else to essentially create our own network within Grimsby. That's exactly what we moved away from when we went to P25, because we found, number one, it was there's some technical challenges with respect to maintaining that system. The Niagara Regional Police have a whole technical staff that maintains the system. By going to Tillsonburg, we wouldn't have that. So we would actually have to hire staff to maintain a radio network, when really that would be a duplication of service, in that we can simply use the one that that's currently in place. So huge difference technologically. And the P25, we're on the police system right now. There's a number of huge operational advantages to that, in terms of interoperability, in terms of being able to communicate with our neighboring communities, West Lincoln, St. Catharines, Lincoln, Pelham. By going to the Tillsonburg system, we would lose all that operational interoperability, and I really would not recommend that at all.
I did read in the, I don't know where I read it, but there are some redundancies, and there were some questions as far as why St. Catharines has moved this way. So if we could actually just get, even just send out an ask for Tillsonburg information, I would like to put that out, just to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, and if that's possible. I don't know if I can do that, Sarah, as a motion possibly. So the motion would be to get a quote and information from Tillsonburg before we vote on this.
If I might add as well, we would have to get an engineering study to actually do this properly. It's not quite as simple as just getting a quote. We'd have to get an engineering study to determine what equipment would be needed, what networking we would need. We would have to be able to put microwave or internet links between Tillsonburg and Grimsby. So it certainly we can do that, but we would need the funds to do an engineering study to actually get a proper quote that compare apples to apples.
I'd still prefer to get the quote, please.
Just a point of clarification to Chief Hudson, with it going backwards to an analog system, would the escarpment play havoc with something below the escarpment versus something above the escarpment? Would that cause signal interruptions or potential?
Yes, Mayor, that is one of the primary reasons why we abandoned the old analog system to begin with. We would have to put up a series of towers above and below the escarpment to be able to receive. We would have to get new radio frequencies. So it is a very long and arduous process. But that, as I say, that was one of the main reasons why we moved away from P25 is service problems with the escarpment.
All right, so we have a deferral motion. We have the mover as Councillor Charwa. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Korstanji? Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor Korstanji. Resolved that report FCR 23-01 be deferred to get a quote from Tillsonburg. Recorded vote?
We'll vote on it.
I'll vote on
Katie
that.
just a second.
So councillors can vote on their e-scribe voting system. All right, so that deferral motion was defeated. Now we move to the original motion. Moved by Councillor Sharwa, second by Councillor Baradzi. Resolved that report FCR 23-01 Fire Dispatch Agreement Renewal dated February 6, 2023 be received, and that Mayor and Town Clerk be authorized to execute an agreement with the City of St. Catharines to extend the provision of computer-aided fire dispatch services to the town of Grimsby to the end of 2037, and that the mayor and town clerk be authorized to execute an ancillary supplemental agreement with the City of St. Catharines to continue use of the Niagara Region P25 interoperable public safety grade voice radio system by the town of Grimsby to the end of 2037. Council, use your online voting on eScribe. Mayor Jordan, Councillor Sharwa, Councillor Frank, and Councillor Baradzi be appointed to the Planning and Development Committee, and that a Budget Committee of the whole comprised of all members of council be established or maintained, and that procedural bylaw S513 be amended, and the establishment of standing committee governance structure begin in April 2023. Questions or comments?
Thank you.
Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan. So we spoke about it before. Councillor Howe was going to take my seat on planning.
At this time, we're taking the slate that is right now. So anyone who doesn't want any position that they've been given can resign from that position. And then we will, the clerk and I will reconvene and go over this again and try to fill the positions that have not been taken up. Councillor Sharwa?
I'll resign then if that's what we need, have the way we have to do it.
All right, which committee would you like to resign from?
Planning Committee?
All right, that's so noted. Councillor Baradzi?
It's not so much a resignation, actually. I've a one-for-one swap with my fellow councillor.
It is a resignation. You can resign now, and like I said in my email on Friday, you can resign now, and we'll fill the position later.
There's no opportunities. We can't make a trade if we come to an agreement.
No, we cannot.
Two councillors.
The CIO and I spent hours on this. We did what was best for the community, best for the municipality, And if any counselor is unwilling to serve their position, they can resign at this time. Councillor DeVoley.
I would like to propose a slight amendment to the resolution, and that has to do with the budget of, the Budget Committee of the whole that is being proposed. Pardon? Okay, then I will certainly wait. Oh, this is the Standing Committee, yes. So certainly, I think when a number of us wanted to move to a standing committee format, we probably thought that by default, we were just moving to what had happened prior to the previous council moving to the Committee of the Whole, which meant there was going to be 4, Finance, Planning, Public Works, and the old terminology, Parks and Rec, right? And of course, we ended up with a different setup being proposed that we've never really talked about or fleshed out. And in the course of it, we now, it's being proposed that we have a Budget Committee of the Whole. I would like to say that I certainly, overwhelmingly support the concept that all councillors be involved in setting the priorities and coming up with the budget each year. Absolutely. But it is also a function of a finance committee to set the budget, to look at setting multi-year budgets even, to do forecasts, to monitor how we're doing compared to that and so on. And it is a really vital function of a finance committee. And so when we spin that out, the only way I guess I could describe it is it makes the finance committee a bit of a toothless tiger, is how I would voice it to you. My suggestion would be that everyone still be involved in that, but that function be left under the Finance Committee, and that whenever we have consideration of the budget, that's when everyone would be involved and everyone would be invited to the meeting.
Just a clarification, Councillor DeVoley.
Yes.
So I just got this from the clerk, and each of the committees will be responsible for reviewing staff reports that would normally go to the Committee of the Whole prior to them being considered at the council. So it's actually staff reports that is the finance staff that sets the budget, and they come with a recommendation to council. So it's not this finance committee that sets the budget, so.
No, and I'm not, it's not, and I wasn't saying that, but someone needs to coordinate it, and I'm saying rather than having the budget coordinated through a completely separate committee, it would be coordinated through the Finance Committee, and then it still comes to council again, because as all committees' reports come to council again. So I'm really not sure sort of why we need a separate Budget Committee of the Whole, why that function wouldn't just be tucked into the Finance Committee.
Councillor Vardy.
They're okay. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Even though I know it's proposed that I'm on the Finance Committee, I wouldn't want to be in the position where I predetermined what would come to council. That would be my only concern. So if the Finance Committee dealt with the budget and sort of, I mean, if the Finance Committee dealt with a budget from the perspective of this is how much we'll spend, I'm okay with that. But when it comes to this is what we'll spend it on, this or that, I wouldn't want the Finance Committee to sort of preempt the entire discussion at council. Because, you know, when we get down to kind of line items, I think we as a group should determine what's in, what's out. but determining like the budget ceiling, this is what we can afford to spend. I'm okay with the finance committee doing that, but when it comes down to like individual projects and what's going to be approved within the budget, I would want everyone on council to be involved in that. So I don't know how that fits into quite what you're saying, but that's the way I would like things to roll out.
And if I could clarify, that actually was
Bonnie,
what
our
I was.
clerk has some comments. Bonnie, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilors, just to try and clarify it and simplify it, you're really going to be receiving reports that are finance reports, which will have probably setting the tone or the percentage of increases or et cetera. You'll be dealing with those at the finance committee level, but then I believe it goes up to the budget, which is the total. It is going to be total council, but you really, just to try and simplify it best as I can, you're just going to be getting the reports that would come here. Like if there are finance reports that were coming here tonight, your finance committee would be dealing with that. You're not going to be really setting the tone. It would come from the budget committee, if I'm correct. Am I correct in that? What I did was I researched what happened in the past and how this played out, and that's where this information has come from, which is why there was no sort of set terms of reference, because you're really just transitioning from this to smaller groups. So you'll just be dealing with the reports that would come here from finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Go ahead, Councillor DeVoley. Were you finished, or?
Thank you for the opportunity to add on to that. I think what I was envisioning was that the entire council would join the finance committee for those times when the budget is being discussed, set, and going through that entire process. So I wasn't envisioning that, the finance committee would be setting the individual items or anything like that. I was envisioning that all 9 of us truly would be part of that process. Just looking at it and saying, do we really need another committee, the budget of the whole committee, or can it just be part of the function of finance, but there be call it a sub-provision of the committee of its duties and responsibilities, and that any time we get into the budget process and working through all of that, that every single council member be a committee member of finance for purpose of those meetings, and that those meetings be called just for the purpose of the budget to deal with.
Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if everyone attends the finance meeting, it becomes a meeting of council, right? Because now there's quorum, right? So at the end, it becomes a budget committee of the whole, like that's, the quorum issue, you'll have that, yes.
And if I can just add a point of clarification, just to at the region, it's done with budget committee of the whole because it is everyone being invited to the finance meeting. So the budget committee of the whole for the budget would be chaired by the chair of finance. So, Councillor Howe.
There we go, twice. Thank you. With Councillor DeVoley's thoughts, and I'm going to say that I quite agree with that. I think someone has to take leadership in a way to coordinate all the dimes and the nickels and the dollars and a whole bunch more of that can tell us what we're doing, because if we think that way we can take 3 people or 4 people.
Just another point, Councillor Howe, that's staff's job, and we as councillors don't get into the weeds on that, so that's staff's job.
Excuse me. What we're going to do is someone to coordinate it, to bring it to the council, because we're going to charge 4 people with coordinating this thing, so it's not a complete show further down the road. Okay? It just makes too much sense to let some people who know what the heck they should be doing and concentrate on that.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you, just to clarify the way, for people who haven't been involved in the budget process before, in case they weren't aware, each department, so now that we have the committees again, planning budget would come through the planning committee. Every budget goes through that committee. And then the purpose of having the committee of the whole, so I think everybody wants the same thing, and that's every member of council being involved in the budget process, and that's what's going to happen. It's just what we're going to do instead of each of us being part of each individual department budget is the department budgets will be dealt with at that committee and then come forward to council as a whole, as a committee of the whole, so we deal with everybody's going to get a kick in the can. Nobody's going to be, even if I'm not on the planning committee, I'm still going to get a voice into the budget of the planning committee. It's just we're not going to deal with each individual part of that and every report from each of those committees. It's a much more efficient, in my mind, way of doing things. You get more of a post-hole experience where, the people who are members of that committee have a really good knowledge of how the money's being spent in that committee. And I think everybody is kind of misunderstanding the way things, we're all going to be part of the budget process. It's not, my only confusion was, I thought it was going to happen anyway. I didn't realize we needed to establish a committee of the whole for that, because budget all comes through council anyway. So it kind of gets done as a committee of the whole, but if we need to establish a committee, I'm fine with it that way. But that's the way it was always done. We're all going to vote on the budget, and even the pieces of the budget. We'll all have a chance to have a say in it. So I think we're all kind of saying the same thing in a different way, but maybe I'm not, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Councillor Bradzi.
I'm just wondering if you could clarify, if a councillor were to resign from a committee, how you'd go about filling that spot?
We will go about filling that spot at a later date. The clerk and I will reconvene again, and, the CAO and myself and the clerk will reconvene, and we'll hammer it out at a later date.
Will there be any consideration for industries and lines of work councillors work in?
As always, there always has been. So it will continue on using this exact same protocol to reappoint anyone who resigns. Councillor DeVoley.
I will say that I truly appreciated your adding that information in, that whenever we all get together, that automatically we become a committee of the whole, which wasn't something that I actually realized would happen if the function of the budget was tucked into finance, and if all of us got together at that point in time, what it does in terms of the governance structure and how it then automatically turns the finance committee meeting really into a council meeting / committee of the whole meeting. So I will say that, given that information, I can understand why my idea won't work really to tuck it under finance there. I get that part now. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I will, I can only say thank you for that additional information.
So seeing no further questions or comments, I will reread the resolution, this time with my mic on. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report TC 23-02, Government Structure Transition and Appointments to Standing Committees, dated February 6, 2023, be received, and that the Committee of the Whole Governance Structure be dissolved to the standing committee structure that can be implemented, and that Mayor Jordan, Councillor Frake, Councillor Howe, Councillor Vardy be appointed to the Corporate Services Committee, that Councillor DeVoley, Councillor Bradzi, Councillor Sherwa, Councillor Vardy be appointed to the Finance Committee, Councillor Howe, Councillor Corstanzi, Councillor DeVoley, and Councillor DeFlavio be appointed to the Public Works Committee, and that Councillor Corstanzi, Councillor Howe, Councillor DeFlavio, and Councillor Charrois be appointed to the Community Services Committee, and that Mayor Jordan, Councillor Frake, and Councillor Bradzi be appointed to the Planning and Development Committee, and that a Budget Committee of the whole comprised of all members of council be established or maintained, and that procedural bylaw S 5.13 be amended, and that the establishment of standing committee government structure begin in April 2023. Online voting, please. All right, we move to report TC 23-03, appointments to advisory boards committees. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report TC 23-03, appointment to boards and advisory committees dated February 6, 2023 be received, and that council appointments be made to the following boards and committees. Mayor Jordan and Councillor DeVoli be appointed to the Downtown Improvement Area. Councillor Frake and Councillor Howe be appointed to the Grimsby Economic Development Advisory Committee. Councillor Vardy and Councillor Charrois be appointed to the Active Grimsby Advisory Committee. Councillor Vardy and Councillor Bradzi be appointed to the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee. Mayor Jordan be recommended for appointment to the Niagara Power Incorporated Hydro Board. Councillor Frake and Councillor DeFlavio be recommended for appointment to Grimsby Power Incorporated Hydro Board. Councillor Vardy be appointed to West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Community Council, and that the following committees established with their respective council appointments. Councillor Frake and Councillor Bradzi be appointed to the Culture Advisory Committee. Mayor Jordan be appointed to the Age Friendly Advisory Committee. Mayor Jordan be appointed to the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, and that the simplified meeting procedures as further described in Appendix B be approved. Online voting, please. Oh, Councillor Bradzi.
I just want to kind of just ask a question for clarification. Would it be or conflict pecuniary interest if I had a family member with art in the art gallery?
It kind of depends on what the business item is. You would just declare at that point if something involving them was on the agenda that evening. Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to say, if it helps at all, it's usually the curator who determines what's going up and down. The committee normally, having sat on that committee for 4 years, normally they discuss other business, fundraising for the gallery, what kind of programs they want to have, that sort of thing. So I'd say highly unlikely that you'd be in a conflict of interest situation.
Just wanted to be sure.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you. Just a question about these committees that aren't mentioned, like the Heritage Committee. Sorry.
Yeah, they were statutory committees, so we had to determine that already.
And that's not going to be, those are permanent.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought those were temporary, I apologize. So it's just the public, members of the public that will be.
Right, now that once these are passed, then we can move on.
Thank you.
Getting citizens appointments and getting.
I'm not a temp then.
Much more.
I got the job.
Much more serious citizen involvement, so.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Seeing no further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution again. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that report TC 23-03, appointments to boards and advisory committees dated February 6, 2023 be received, and that council appointments be made to the following boards and committees. Mayor Jordan and Councillor Davoli be appointed to the Downtown Improvement Area. Councillor Frake and Councillor Howe be appointed to the Grimsby Economic Development Advisory Committee. Councillor Vardy and Councillor Charwa be appointed to Active Grimsby Advisory Committee. Councillor Vardy and Councillor Bradzi be appointed to the Grimsby Green Advisory Committee. Mayor Jordan be recommended for appointment to the Niagara Power Incorporated Hydro Board. Councillor Frake and Councillor DeFlavio be recommended for appointment to the Grimsby Power Incorporated Hydro Board. Councillor Vardy be appointed to the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Community Council, and that the following committees be established with their respective council appointments. Councillor Frake and Councillor Bradzi be appointed to the Cultural Advisory Committee. Mayor Jordan be appointed to the Age Friendly Advisory Committee. Mayor Jordan be appointed to the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, and that the simplified meeting procedures as further described in Appendix B be approved. Online voting, please. And that is carried. All right. Now we move to report TC 23-04, DIA Board of Directors appointments. Need a mover and seconder for the report. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Davoli. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Davoli. Resolved that report TC 23-04, appointment of the Board of Directors for the Downtown Improvement Area dated February 6, 2023 be received, and the council appoint the following members to the Board of Directors for Grimsby's Downtown Improvement Area, DIA. Mark Wood, Simon Duong, Lacey Horn, Chris Mindorf, Daniel Vandersteen, Kendra Wintels, Christine Kemp, and that the town clerk make the necessary notifications. Online voting, please. All right, that's carried. All right, now we move to section 8.2, resolutions. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor Howe. Whereas in an effort to equally stabilize expenses and resources for fire services in both Grimsby and Lincoln, the town of Grimsby and the town of Lincoln began a shared fire service project on October 1st, 2021, and whereas the town of Grimsby has contributed ample financial investments toward fire services since the inception of the pilot program, therefore be it resolved that present shared fire chief for the town of Grimsby present a brief report on governance, cost sharing, capital property, and purchasing as noted in Phase 1 of the Shared Fire Services Pilot Project Report, CAO 21-10, up until January 16th, 2023. The report shall separate sections by each municipality to allow council to assess the contributions of both Grimsby and Lincoln in the shared services agreement, and that the report be presented for consideration at the February 6, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting. Councillor Charwa?
Thank you, through Mayor Jordan. So this is just standard. The pilot started October of 2021. It's a 2-year pilot, just asking for just a quicker kind of assessment of how we're doing. I realized the date is no longer correct. I thought we were going to adjust that date because I had hoped to actually present this earlier, and I was advised to just hold on a bit. So if I could have this, if it goes through, for this motion to be for the next council meeting, committee of the whole.
Yeah, we've corrected it, so it'll be Tuesday, February 21st. With no further questions or comments, I'll read the resolution again. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor Howe, whereas in an effort to equally stabilize expenses and resources for fire services in both Grimsby and Lincoln, the town of Grimsby and the town of Lincoln began a shared fire services pilot program on October 1st, 2021, and whereas the town of Grimsby has contributed ample financial investments toward fire services since the inception of the pilot program, therefore be it resolved that the present shared fire chief for the town of Grimsby present a brief report on governance, cost sharing, capital property, and purchasing as noted in Phase 1 of the Shared Fire Services Pilot Project Report, CAO 21-10, up until January 16, 2023. The report shall separate sections by each municipality to allow council to assess the contributions of both Grimsby and Lincoln in the shared services agreement, and that the report be presented for consideration at the February 21st, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting. E-scribe for your voting, please.
It's like a game show.
All right, that resolution is carried. All right, now we move to Community Services, Report 9.1A, DCS 23-01, Pinch King Center.
The corporate structure first.
Oh, sorry, I missed one. Resolutions, Councillor Charwa, Corporate Structure. Sorry about that, Sarah. Getting ahead of myself. Councillor Charwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. I was just going to pull it up so I could, am I reading it or are you reading it, Sarah? Or am I just commenting on it? Okay, so this is a standard. I spoke with CAO Kim, Sarah Kim, about, you know, if she was okay with this. I'm just looking for basic numbers about how many staff members we have. It doesn't have to be super complicated. It's super brief. It just helps with planning, you know, when we're trying to figure out recreation, we know how many part-time, full-time, summer, all that in all the departments. So brief and yeah, that's it.
Councillor Vardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if it's also possible to get an org chart. Where I came from, the federal government, every org chart was posted online with the information of the person, the job, and where they sat in the organizational structure for all federal government employees. And I find it really helpful to know kind of who does what, and also, you know, where the weight of staff are, and I think it would be useful for council to have.
All right, go ahead, CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think with some of the changes in staff, we might have to will require a bit more time to provide that org chart, but some of that would be internal as well, so that we'll circulate to council by email, maybe a draft. But for now, I think if we can just stick to the motion and we can provide this by the set February 21st date.
All right, moved by Councillor Sharwa, second by Councillor Vardy. Whereas the town of Grimsby has undergone significant administrative change and employee recruitment in recent years, and whereas members of council require knowledge of the corporate structure and size for budgetary consideration, therefore be it resolved that the acting CAO is directed to provide information on the corporate structure, including number of staff and categorized by employment status, for example, full-time, temporary, volunteers, etc., and that the report be presented for consideration at the February 21st, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting. Please vote on e-scribe. Thank you. And that's carried. All right, now we move to Community Services Report DCS 23-01, Peach King Center Expansion Project Update and Funding Approval. Trevor and Sarah, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Jordan and members of council. Thank you very much. So we just have a brief presentation. We'll keep it fairly short. We know many of you have seen the report for some time, but just want to deliver a quick presentation for you, and I'm going to kick it off, and then Trevor Bruzolo is going to continue. So we're here this evening to talk about the Peach King Center renovation and expansion. And just want to start off just a bit of the project timeline. So in 2019, we completed our Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan. That was the first master plan we'd done in 30 years, as I know we discussed a bit earlier. And it teed us up very well for when they announced the Infrastructure in Canada, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, which was in September or August, I think, of 2019. It really did form the basis of what did become our submission, which we submitted in November. So it was a really quick turnaround, but we took advantage of that opportunity and really went after an exciting project, which at that time was valued at $22 million. We found out in 2020 we weren't successful for that project, and later found out in 2021 that we were eligible through a slightly different funding stream, but the same project ultimately in 2021. Through some work that we did to get the agreement finalized and go through some different funding strategies, we were able to finalize that in 2022. We brought in Colliers project leaders in 2022, as well as our project management firm. And since that time, we have also brought on an independent cost consultant, which is what we did in late 2022 and has formed the basis of some of the report that you received today. So the next steps for us is moving forward, hopefully with this report today, and getting a revised capital project budget or approved in principle, because we are now ready to award the design consultant as well to really push this project forward and drive it forward. Our ultimate goal right now, if we can stay on the same track, is to have this project completed in Q2 of 2025. And with that, I will turn it over to Trevor.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, members of council. So I'm just going to pop quickly into the project rationale. And just to allude again to the 2019 Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan, again, the timing couldn't have been better. It was 5 months after the completion of that master plan that this funding announcement came. And really, that's what formed the basis for the ask that was successful. So it was really great that we had all this information we could share. So I just wanted to mention a couple of the key pieces in that master plan that are addressed by this project. So of residents responding for, is there a need for new and upgraded recreation facilities? Only 12% no. So 65 yes, 23% not sure. 89% of the top barriers to participation that are identified in the master plan can be addressed through the benefits of this project. 75% of the programming recommendations, top programming recommendations, would be achieved. 80% of the requested indoor spaces that we heard from residents, the top ones, will be included in this project. So some pretty strong alignment to the master plan. So what are the benefits of a multi-use recreation facility? I'm going to kind of address these in no particular order. I think when you think of the Peach King Center, and I think when the community thinks of the Peach King Center, everyone goes to hockey. It's got 2 ice pads, it's the primary use. It's very busy during the ice season. It's not as busy in the off season. And really what we're hoping to achieve through this project is building this community hub that's for everyone, all ages, all abilities, all the time. So that is daytime programming, that's evening programming, that's programming that continues through the summer. And it's really just building this big cohesive building that everyone feels a belonging to, not just hockey families, which, I hear in the community all the time. That's of course a big part of it, but there's other segments of the community that we want to hit. Further to that, I think we also think of program space, flexible space and programming, which I'll get to in a minute, but when we think of program space, there's a very specific goal. I'm going to go and do a yoga class. I'm going to go and do a workout at the gym. And those will be really important parts of this facility. But what we're really helping or trying to build as part of this project is a space for social gathering that's more informal. So people who want to come in, have a cup of coffee or, grab something to eat with a friend, everyone is welcome. It's not just for the specific programming needs that are served by that building. Now, in terms of flexible space and programming, that's really about trying to build spaces that can be used for a large variety of activities. Preferences change. We've seen, I'm sure you've heard of the explosion in pickleball. I know I hear about it constantly. And that's really hot right now, and it might continue, it might not. But we want to have space that, as things change over time, we're able to adapt that space to meet the needs of the community. And a lot of the components of this project, like gym space, multi-purpose rooms that could serve a fitness class, a business meeting, and perhaps an event all in the same space, it makes such that we can maximizing resident use, not just today, but in the long term. Opportunities for spontaneous recreation. Some people don't know what they want when it comes to recreation. Maybe as I mentioned, you come and have a coffee and you walk by a programming room and there's a yoga class and that's something that you're interested in. Or maybe we're having a drop-in program at a gymnasium where, I'm not ready to sign up for something in the long term. I don't want to commit to 10 weeks and $80. I'm going to pay $2 and come and play basketball. And maybe in the long term, that does turn into, an association with a community group. Accessibility and inclusivity. I'll get to this in a minute about our existing facility, but there should be some major improvements to accessibility in this building. And it's not just about, I think we always think about physical accessibility, but this is about accessible programming too. Because when you build those accessible spaces, that type of programming now can come to the facility. I think that's a huge benefit that we're going to see through this project. Operational staff efficiency. It makes a lot more sense to build something, to expand and renovate. We already have staff that are on site. Of course, we will have some needs for staff, but they are a lot less than if you were to go and build this program at another location. You're operating, an arena and multiple facilities. So that's a lot of the new things. But I think one of the things that we need to recognize as well is the Peach King Center, 1983 was the original build. That's 40 years ago. There's a lot of renovations. A lot of what's happening there is original. It's really great that as part of this project, we're able to incorporate a lot of those upgrades that we would need to do anyways. Dressing rooms in the west pad, bathrooms, the lobby spaces, accessibility, which I mentioned, parking improvements. These are things that really we need to be looking at as a recreation department, as community services anyways, to include them as part of this program that has other sources of funding is a great benefit. I just want to mention a few of the community organizations that wrote letter of support for this grant application. Grimsby Basketball, the Fort, West Niagara Special Olympics, GBF, Minor Hockey, Peach Kings. This type of program where you're expanding so much, and again, you're adding accessibility, you're adding more programmable space, really allows us to enable those community service groups that are such an important part of our community to do what they do best. We can really meet those goals with this space. So, updated project costs. Original cost estimates were done in 2019. That was what formed the concept that went to ICIP. 21.9 million. We've had a revised estimate provided by our cost consultant, as Sarah mentioned, just in the last quarter of 2022, looking at just over 31 million, which is an over $9 million increase. So that's what we're looking at in terms of updated costing, and I'm just going to go into how that funding is broken down. One sec. I haven't been reading my notes, as I know I would do. So what forms this is an order of magnitude estimate from our cost consultant. And I really need to stress that this is an updated project budget estimate. We are in very, very early stages of this project. This is completely predicated on a, oh, I think my computer may have died. That's okay, Katie's got it backed up for me. But I'll keep going. So right now we're looking at a concept. We don't have a design yet. We don't have a construction manager on board where we're going to tender for parts of construction. So right now we're looking at a very, very high level. And so the estimate has to be done at a very high level. And that will continue to be refined yep, that's great. That will continue to be refined. So we'll be getting more estimates. Once we go to design, we'll get another estimate from the independent cost consultant. As we move into tendering, we'll get another one. And that number is really going to start to narrow. And we are hoping that we might even see it come down. Now, again, based on the information we have now, this is the cost that we've been provided. I don't want to say it's going to be less. I'm just saying based on the information we have right now, there's a lot of variables that will start to come more clear over time. If you want to go to the next slide there for me. So project funding. If you open it in Adobe and then go, this is fine. So this is what makes up the funding portfolio with the revised project cost. So the Strategic Priorities Infrastructure Fund, that's the provincial funding program, which makes up over half. Development charges, which are able to be leveraged. You can see $7 million contribution there, small amount of town reserves, and then $6.8 million in long-term borrowing, which would be needed to fund the project with the revised budget. So I do want to just mention quickly a few opportunities for savings. As I said, we're very early in the process, and this does allow us to look at some options to help reduce cost. The project delivery timeframe. The cost consultant is making estimates on when we're going to finish, when we're going to start, when we're going to tender. And we're hopeful that with the methodology that we've chosen to deliver this project, we're hoping we can shorten that timeframe, which actually reduces the amount of escalation we're going to see for a longer length of project. Design efficiencies. Again, there's no design. Like right now we have the concept. We know the blocks of what we expect to be included in this project. Where will they be? Where will this hallway be? Where will that window go? We're not there yet. And any opportunity we have through that process to save some money here, find efficiencies there, we're going to be leaning on the design team once on board to help do that to reduce the total program cost. And lastly, fundraising and capital campaign. We will be looking to fundraise money. There's sponsorship opportunities. There's ways that we can raise revenue through the community. We don't have a program yet. We don't have any firm commitments yet. So we don't want to include that as something that's going to offset the cost in terms of a hard number. But those are opportunities we will be pursuing as a staff team and as a project team to help reduce that impact, that levy impact. Go to the next slide, Katie. So this is the debt scenario that will fund the levy impact portion of the funding. So looking at a 3-year phasing, so you can see the levy impact of 0.85% 2023, 0.83 in 2024, and 0.81 in 2025. So that phases in what we'll need to fund that debt component, which will be fully integrated by the 2026 year. And just as a note, that would represent roughly, very roughly, a $10 increase on a household in terms of property tax, so $10 each year for those 3 years as that gets absorbed. Next slide, please. So by moving forward with the recommendation tonight, we'll have the project budget will be approved in principle, and that really kickstarts kind of the next series of things that we need to accomplish to keep moving. We'd be proceeding with an award to award the successful architectural design team proponent, and that's really when we'll have that opportunity to take the components that are in the report that will be included in the program and start to see what will that look like in the space here. Staff are planning to move forward with a time-sensitive grant opportunity. We did become aware of a possible opportunity that we could use in addition to the existing provincial funding. So we're hoping to pursue that. We're looking to pursue the procurement of our construction manager as well, which will be another key step on moving towards construction. So that's it for our presentation. If you have any questions, Sarah and I will be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Trevor, for your presentation. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Barty.
So my question is actually for Beth. right now, we're still paying for Fire Station 2, right? When does that end?
Through the mayor, that's a great question, and I think it's in the report. I want to say, okay, so Fire Station 2 debt was issued in 2017 for 10 years, so it will come to an end in 2027. The levy savings is about $330,000. The debt charges are higher, but partially were offset by development charges.
Okay, so we're still paying till 2027.
That is correct. I did note that in this report, though, because I do think this is probably not the first question that I should be answering in relation to this project, because it's a great, wonderful project for our community. But, you know, speaking with my finance hat on, we're investing in a significant facility. We know we're going to have operating costs. We would like to start to get to a place where we're investing and in our reserves to be able to replace these facilities. So I would like to, while that could be an option to offset the cost in the short term for the taxpayer, I would like to put this idea out that might be repurposed to support the operating costs and maybe future sustainment of this asset.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharwell.
Through you, Mayor Jordan, thank you. Tongue-tied today. So I came in here kind of like torn, not really sure where to go with this, but I think I would like to see the province maybe help us with this funding of some sort. I know, like I've said, I say this all the time. I'm noticing a lot of money from Grimsby seems to go to other municipalities to help them, and now is the time that we could actually hold on to some of our own money. That would be amazing. West Lincoln built their beautiful multi-use sports complex with an NHL hockey arena, NHL-size hockey arena. There's a skate park. There's a basketball court. It's beautiful. $23.6 million. This was in 2018 when they had less than 15,000 people. It was, 45%, I think, was they were counting on development charges, whatever. They made it happen, and I think we need to get some help from the region and Ontario as far as letting us hold on to our own money for once. So I don't know if that's something that can possibly be communicated at the regional level, Mayor Jordan, but that's just my thought.
I try to communicate that pretty much at every meeting, so it'll continue. Councillor Korstanzy.
Okay, so just to refresh, $10 each household or each person?
Each household.
And with the accessibility, and I love what you said, thank you. Thank you for that. Is there a possibility of accessibility grants when we're looking at accessible equipment and we're looking at the facility being accessible for, say, wheelchair basketball, wheelchair volleyball? I don't know if those are grants that you have looked at.
Through the mayor, absolutely, we would be looking at all of those opportunities. In fact, the grant that we're looking at, that we're hoping there's a potential of being able to stack, partly is to address accessibility. It's also to address environmental and net zero functions. And so there's an exciting opportunity. It will be a big, big push. And the deadline is going to approach very fast, but absolutely, we would be looking at all those opportunities, big or small, to continue to expand our capacity.
And the walking track. Okay, so is it going to, what is the flooring? I know you probably don't know this yet, but it is, actual track is very expensive, I realize that. Are we looking at that, or are we looking at flooring?
Through the mayor, that's not been totally determined, so that would be a design feature. We would certainly want something that is of a high quality for athletic type of floor, but the actual finish would be something we would have to look at as we go along.
Councillor DeVoley.
A few questions in a random order to Sarah or Trevor. Remind me again, on this project, you had surveyed us earlier asking, how green did we want to make this particular project, right? So these costs estimates that you're giving us tonight, how green will this project be with those costs? Or are we talking even something over and above that if we really, really try to make this sort of a, not LEED quality, but, net zero?
Sure, through the mayor. So the estimation that we'd put forward was to capture sort of a high energy efficiency. It wasn't necessarily to be net zero. One of the terms you're hearing more and more right now is net zero ready. So a lot of time in this, we'd have to review what our possibility is. And again, this other funding stream that we have might enable us to move that mark just a little bit further. What you're seeing some facilities do if they're not able to go net zero fully at a specific point in time is that they'll do some net zero readiness wherever they can. One of the challenges for us, and one of the reasons we didn't go too ambitious, is this is a renovation and expansion to the space, but it's not renovating the entire facility. So, looking at existing systems and how we tied in, we wanted to just be mindful of where that line might exist as well, right? So certainly, though, in talking with the architects and the project managers, we're all well aware that we need to be really thoughtful as to how far can we get with this current project, knowing eventually down the road we need to keep going.
Thank you. I have some small questions which I will definitely defer on, but just ask you a few more if I could. One, I know that, there was a survey done that, the recreational master plan was put together and so on, and we have the concepts now as to what to do. And I certainly hear from certain users who go there on a regular basis about, this dressing room isn't really up to standard, or this, that, or the other thing. And I'm wondering if you've had an opportunity yet to invite any particular user groups to actually look at the concept or at the layout and say, okay, that makes sense. That'll finally improve this bug that's been bothering us for years. Have you had that opportunity with the concepts now?
So through the mayor, so certainly as part of the design, we would do some stakeholder engagement, specifically with some of those user groups that use it regularly or those that we anticipate would, to look at those types of things, right? To help us sort of truth test, I guess, a little bit what we've designed. Does it flow well in the lobby? Does it work? If we're going to have different various groups in there at times, what are we missing? Is there something we overlooked? We're going to keep it, try to keep it really on task so it doesn't go off the wheels entirely, but certainly we would look at that is to make sure that we're being thoughtful to some of those primary users that are using that space. And then the dressing rooms, definitely we hear they do need that upgrade, and we're excited. We've been working on some options with the limited footprint that we do have in that space to make some improvements that I think will really be well appreciated.
And my last question really has to do, of course, with the finances, of course. And it obviously was a shock to you and to us to see the project go from really 21 million to 31 million, right? And so our treasurer has, said, in essence, we're going to have to go out to debt financing to actually make up the difference. You've kicked around some ideas tonight already about potential some more grants. Perhaps we go out and market it and ask someone if they wouldn't be interested in having their name on it for an appropriate amount, right? With anything, it's always about, trying to increase our revenues related to the project or trying to cut the project back. And we know that there are certain limitations to doing that when the province has already promised funding of a certain concept. So we know we can't really probably claw back too much of that to make it work, right? But yes, I would really like to see us explore other funding options, including donations from individuals, corporations who are able to afford to do so. Happy to put their name on the building, right? Just like they do in hospitals with names on buildings, names on wings of hospitals and so on. I guess we're really going to have to brainstorm to somehow try and make up that difference now, which is huge, right? And we're not alone, in facing these issues. Other municipalities, every organization that's going out to do capital projects is running into this problem. It's definitely not limited to us, for sure, right? And I guess, just to summarize the impact of the debt, what Beth was really sharing with us is that the debt that was taken out for Fire Station Number 2 won't be ending till 2027. We're going to need the money earlier than that for this project, which means, I'm going to say sometime a year from now, we're probably going to be going to the region and asking to issue a debenture through them.
Through the mayor, yeah. Usually what happens, we would make notice to the region that we were going to pursue debt as close as possible to substantial completion of the project. We would try to internally finance until that point in time. And then depending on what type we pursue, type of debt we pursue, it would either be 6 months after issuance or a year. So we do have a little bit of time. When did we estimate substantial completion? 2025, so we would be looking, I think I was estimating end of 25, 2026.
Okay. And when you made these estimates here, can I ask what interest rate and so on you were using?
Through the mayor, that's also a great question, and there's some variability there. That's worst case scenario. That's about 4.5 right now.
Which is currently what you're getting? Okay.
That's what we would get out in the open market right now, for a 30-year term. That was, we confirmed that with the region.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. 4.5% is pretty good, actually, in today's market. I know we don't have crystal balls here, but Sarah, I'm looking at the new operating costs, which is $275,000 to $350,000. I guess that kicks in once the new facility is up and running. Is that right? Is that what that estimate is?
Correct.
And the new revenues is between 125 to 160, which is a huge shortfall, because we're still going to have to finance with the levy, $150,000 to $190,000 a year. And that again is another estimate. So if all the costs go up, this goes up with that. That's a little bit of a concern going forward. So looking at the revenues, is that the best case scenario, or is that the worst case scenario, or are we middle of the road? What are those new revenues represent? I mean, is it like, that kind of thing, or do we have some magic formula we're using to put that in? Because I think our revenues are much, much too low. If we're building a new facility, I think we have a right to increase the fees. I guess this is based on user fees, right? So can you just talk about it a bit? We need to find another way to have another revenue stream, or do something with the revenue stream we have. Can you talk to that a bit, you or Trevor, or Beth?
I'll maybe kick it off, and if others want to add, so through the mayor, it's a bit of a middle of the road, and again, everything changes with the space that changes. If something were to change in the space, that would change it, but we went on a bit of a base of what we think would be possible. Some of the spaces there aren't going to be revenue collectors, like a walking track, and obviously lobby spaces in some of the dressing rooms. But as was mentioned earlier by Councillor Davoli, certainly looking at some other sponsorships and some of those types of projects as well would also be something we can maybe do to leverage that revenue a little bit higher. We are hoping, as part of when this building is done in 2025, to launch a whole new advertising and sponsorship campaign, looking at not just the Peachtree Center, but beyond. We think that's a good time to do it when we know for sure what the spaces look like and how can we capture different additional revenues. But certainly looking at, other ways of costing in our facility, other rental agreements, we continue to can plug away at that as well.
On the sponsorship note, we have looked at that a number of times over the last number of years, trying to find sponsorships or naming rights and so on and so forth, and we didn't do a very good job at it. What makes you think we're going to be more successful with the new facility? I mean, do we have a plan? Do we have of how we might go about finding sponsorship or finding someone who would be willing to put their name on the arena? I mean, have we got a kind of plan in place or to do that? I mean, because I think we really do need to do that. And with the new facility is probably the best case scenario where we could get somebody to sponsor or put some naming rights on, because it is a new facility. And I'd just like to hear your thoughts around that, because I think this is really, really important. We need to find a way to build up the revenues or find some more money. Because these are all estimates, and we all know, even from the Southwood Parks project, what happened there? It went way over budget. So I just have a concern, and I'm totally 100% behind this project. And we need to go out there and beat the bushes as much as we possibly can to find more money, whether it's the province or the feds or whatever the case might be, but we need to find the money. And I think we need to go about it aggressively, and the sooner the better. So I don't know if you want to speak to that a little more.
Sure, I can touch on it quickly through the mayor. So there's obviously two different pieces to this. One could be a capital project campaign where you go afterwards, capital money and naming in that respect. That is one option. We can certainly explore some possibilities and bring that back to the team. And then there's also that sort of perpetual advertising and sponsorship piece, like stuff like the arena boards and even other spaces in our facility that I think we can look at once we know what that footprint is. I do think we could do a better campaign and do it a little differently, and as staff, we have committed to reviewing that. Last few years have obviously been a little bit trickier with COVID. Our buildings were closed and some of those spaces really weren't being used at all, but now we're moving back into that. During construction, it would be a little difficult to change it, but the plan is to really launch it when that construction is done. And I do think that we can capture some other opportunities and some other interests. It'll take some work and it takes some staff effort to do it, but I do think that we can go after some further opportunities.
I do believe we need to put together a really strong committee made up of probably staff, council, and some lay members. I mean, they need to be totally dedicated, like the Hospital Foundation, and, go out there and find that money somehow. And I think it's out there. I just think we need just to go do it. But we do need a strong, very committed, focused committee to do it. So I look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Councillor Bradzi.
I have made my stance on this kind of quite clear in the past. I don't think I can commit to spending money on this current concept, especially when we'll be paying it likely for the next decade. I also think we'll have a hard time landing money from the private sector for under the current concept is a practice basketball gym. I would really like to see us do something like the Fleming Center or West Lincoln's Arena. They have state-of-the-art arenas, and converting the old arena into one large gymnasium. We could have 4 basketball courts there. This would allow us to have a larger track around a hockey rink for pair sports, and I think that we'd get a lot more support from the private sector if it was a bigger project. I just don't see many members of the private sector getting involved and putting their name on a practice gym. I'm sorry.
Councillor Howe.
Hi, there you go. And Beth, probably you might be in, but we're talking about a shortfall, and I respect that. And if we think that it's going to come in at this, give it a shake here, kids, because it's going to be up from this. But we're calculating that. But when the hospital was here earlier, aren't we going to have to pony up with a chunk of change in about the same time as we have to start coming up with construction money for the PKC?
Through the mayor, very good question as well. So we have a funding plan in place for the hospital. We've been putting over the last 3 years, we're up to $378,000 on the levy right now. That's being put into a reserve towards our contribution to the hospital. We looked at, last year when we presented the budget, we said in 2023, our last increase on our tax levy would be $57,000 to bring it to the $435,000, which was the estimated debt charge at the time the agreement was made with the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital team. Now, we did say in last year's budget that this would be, 2023 would be the last increase that we would put on the taxpayer for that. It was about 0.38% on the levy for the $57,000. I did touch on the 4.5% interest rate that we used for the estimate for the debt for the Peach King Center. The hospital, we only estimated 3.5. So we're going to have a little bit of a hit in trying to build up the levy to pay that. So you are correct. We will see an increase in 2023 2023 associated with that contribution. So that is an impact that we need to consider.
Councillor Korstanji.
Just a note on the walking track. The Canada Games Park one is free during the day, but to rent it on a weekday is $600 for the day, $680 on a weekend, and it's $100 an hour to rent. And it's fully rented out every evening throughout the week, so you can make a lot of money off it.
So Sarah, I just have a question. If we do nothing, so we don't take this 16 million that the province has offered up to us, and we have to renovate the existing facility, how much would that be, just the renovation alone?
I would not be able to
Just
give you a
ballpark,
figure
like-
confidently, but I could, just to give you perspective, again, the building is 1983. We have some accessibility improvements we need to make for 2025. Never mind the just general improvements to the facility. It would be quite substantial. I would say, I mean, it would depend a little bit on what you do, but you could easily get into probably $7 million by the time, the racquetball courts there are really, really aged. Those dressing room needs significant changes, door fixtures, switching out all of those pieces. I mean, the facility needs significant investment, whether you go the stream or not, for sure, to be up, and then it would be as it exists.
And if we go back to square one as a council and kick it down the road, there's no guarantee that we'll ever get, right now as it stands, over 50% funding from an outside source. There's no guarantee of that.
So through you, Mayor, these funding opportunities don't come along this often. We really, to get this, we were so fortunate. And I have to thank MPP Sam Oosterhoff as well, because he really went to bat for us to help as well. And we are so fortunate. There's a lot of municipalities that applied in this stream. It was way oversubscribed, and for us to have this opportunity is really incredible. You see sometimes these projects, I'm going to say oftentimes it's like once every 10 years, that's what they'll say. So it isn't very frequent that you see these opportunities. So certainly if we were not to take this opportunity, it would be a long path ahead to try to get to a point where we would be able to afford this at our full cost. And of course, unfortunately, as much as these prices are not what we want to see today, they're never going to get cheaper. From what we're hearing in the markets, they don't expect it's going down. It's maybe not going to increase at the rate it was increasing, but I don't think you're going to see, the prices reduce overall on the facility.
Thank you. And I think a lot of people still see Grimsby as a hockey town, and Grimsby still is a hockey town, but Grimsby's much more than a hockey town, and we have an arena now that is kind of a community center, but we need it to be much more than just an arena, and a fulsome community center that can be used by each and every one of us each and every day. So, any further questions? Councillor DeVoley.
And my question is to our Director of Finance. And again, I still find myself quite confused about when we're going to be paying these amounts out to the hospital and so on. And I don't mean to belabor the point. I was a bit confused, as you could tell by what they were saying compared to what I thought the arrangement was as to when we would need to part with our 9.3 million and how we were going to finance it and so on. I don't know if you have enough to be able to speak on that tonight to kind of bring us up to date on that, but certainly that is another big, I'll call it project that we are raising money for and want to support too, right? Can you add anything to sort of the numbers on it as to when you see us needing to send the 9.3 million over and how we're raising it each year? You mentioned where our reserve is at 435,000. Is that per year, or that's what we have in totals?
Yes, so that was an updated outline or timeline that the hospital provided today. So they said January 1, 2026 or 2025? 2026. So we would have to issue
January 6, 2025.
So we would issue the debt in 2024. And I can say that when we go to issue that debt, we will have enough money set aside on our levy to pay those debt payments this year. So we won't have an impact on her. So we've been asking the taxpayer to pay a little bit each year, putting it aside in a reserve with the goal that we would pay some of it down with what's in the reserve and the remaining amount would be debt financed. And we're well on our way. Like I said, hopefully we'll have that fully funded by the end of this year. And so that won't be a levy consideration in 2024.
But we still need to come up with 9.3 million of principal,
We're going to issue the
right?
debt.
Yes.
We're going to issue the debt, and what I'm saying, by the end of this year, we will have enough money on our levy set aside to make those debt payments each year. So we will not be taxing any further. We've been taxing ahead of time and slowly phasing it in and putting the money aside and building it up each year. So the first year was $200,000, 121, 57, 57. So instead of just increasing the tax levy by the $435,000 that we said we needed to service the debt, we've been phasing it in. So this won't be an impact, assuming that the 2023 budget is approved as we present. We won't be putting anything more on the taxpayers of Grimsby in 2024.
But it will still be at the level of about 435,000.
We will be paying those debt charges, but they will be fully funded already. We already have the money already
But they are all, but they will, basically they will stabilize at that amount going forward, right?
Yes.
But it is still something we will be levying our taxpayers for, no matter what, right?
Yes, correct. They
And
just
that's
wouldn't
just
see an
and that's the entire payment. We're talking about principal and interest at that
It was
point.
estimated at last year's budget at $435,000.
Yes.
It might be a little bit higher when you see the 2023 budget. I'm just going to throw it out there.
And we're expecting then that would start, we would get the debenture raised at the end of 2024 so that we could
start
then
debt payments
start
in
debt payments in
2025.
2025.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Councilor
Thank you.
DeFlavio.
Thank you, Worship, through you. So I hate to look a gift horse in the mouth, and I want to build this project. I really do. And I support it the way that it is. My concern is this. The first Peach King, the old arena was built in what, 83, 84? Then it took 20 years until the next one was built, 21 years until the next one was built. And it's about 20 years later, we're looking at at this one. So if this one's finished in 2025, we're not touching it again until 2045, 2050. When I look at this proposal, it's not a proposal that looks into the future. It's a proposal that looks at what we need now and what we needed in the past. And my concern is, and I know that it will cost more money. My concern is that we're not doing enough. You know, we know historically that prices don't go down. If we could go back in a time machine, I wish we would have spent $2 million more 20 years ago to build what it costs $20 million to build now. Because we would have had that facility for years and taken advantage of it and used it, and it would have cost a heck of a lot less to build. I still think that, go forward, let's approve this in principle if we need to, but I still would love to see staff look at costing something better and bigger, and that is inclusive of the future, and that is closer to what Councilor Bradgie said, with a larger gymnasium, with more. I really think that this is a short-sighted way of doing things. I do. I love a lot of the things that are included, but I don't think that it's looking into the future. I honestly don't. I think pickleball is going to be like beach volleyball, and that it's going to be popular for 10 or 15 years, and then 10 or 15 years from now, we're going to be looking at what are we turning these pickleball courts into. Because if you look around North America, the pickleball courts are all being built in the places where the beach volleyball facilities were, because that's what was popular 15 years ago. In 1995, everybody needed to put in beach volleyball courts. If you look down in Nellis Park, I don't know what year that one was built, but I'm guessing it was the mid-90s when everybody wanted to play beach volleyball. And the people who were playing pickleball, God bless them, 25 years from now, many of those people won't be around anymore. Right, like, let's be frank about it, okay? And even if there's a whole new generation of people that play pickleball, so I don't want to make light of that, because people being physically active is great, but even if there's a whole new generation, it's a fad. We need to build things. We know that volleyball and basketball and sports that youth play, there's a need for, and we're not building a facility that's a long-term facility that looks at the needs of, I loved what Trevor had to say about the 80%, but we know that 80% doesn't include things like a pool, which I'm sure was a huge ask by, when you put out to the public what they wanted. I'm not saying build a pool. Please don't misunderstand me, because I know what the cost of that is. But if we're going to do it, we need to at least take some of the things into consideration that we know we need. And I think that the small track and the one gymnasium is just kind of to check a box rather than to actually solve a problem. And I don't like that. I don't like it being a box being checked. I want to actually solve a problem that we know exists. And I think to do that, we need to spend more money. So I'll support this because I want to see the project go forward. But at the same time, I would love to see a costing of a project that incorporates the things we know we need and spends, even if it spends $10 million more, if we're paying it for 25 years, because that's what we know it's going to, the next time we're going to touch this for, then I'm fine with it. That's my opinion on the whole thing. So thank you.
Councillor Howe.
Jeff, excuse me, Mayor, let's call the question.
All right, the question has been called. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frank. Resolved that report DCS 23-01 Peach King Center expansion and renovation project update and funding approval be received for information, and that council approve in principle the Peach King Center expansion and renovation capital project budget to a total of $31,068,375, utilizing the funding strategy provided within this report, and that the budget impacts be referred to the 2023 budget process. Use your online voting, please. Do you want to record it? Do you want to record it? Yeah, why don't we do recorded on this one? I think it's significant.
Don't that do it, right? Doesn't the online do it?
Yeah, but I want to hear everyone. All right, are you going to? So we're still testing our e-scribe, so councilors can vote, and then I'll pull up the roll call.
So what happens if there's a no vote? Does it go back to staff? I just don't know.
Well, I think quite honestly, a no vote would, in my opinion, and I'll ask Sarah, would put the project in jeopardy, the funding in jeopardy. So, Sarah, do you concur with that?
I mean, yes, I would assume if it's a no vote, then there is an indication not to proceed, unless directed otherwise.
Thank you. We're going to vote online, and then we'll call the roll call out after. Yeah, well, we have a vote in progress right now, so the question was then called, and this is in principle anyway, so it's accepted that there can be changes in this, but it's moving the project forward, quite honestly. Okay, where did it go?
Yep, here's mine.
All right.
I'll see it.
Oh, yeah, why don't you say it?
So that was a recorded vote. Mayor Jordan, yes. Councillor DeVoli, yes. Councillor Frake, yes. Councillor Howe, yes. Councillor Vardy, yes. Councillor Charwa, yes. Councillor Corstangi, yes. Councillor Barretzi, no. Councillor DeFlavio, yes. That was carried.
All right, now we're moving to Resolution 9.2, Councillor Bradzi, Department of National Defense, rifle range. Councillor Bradzi, go ahead.
Yeah, this idea came forth from a number of residents living immediately in the area, as well as from the Hamilton Naturalists Club and Mr. Bruce Zvinga. We would definitely like to see a large increase to the conservation authority that's in the area, with 50 Point being adjacent, and our animal sanctuary adjacent to the other side, as well as with the long-term plan of hopefully having the waterfront trail extend right into 50 Point. I believe that this is a good thing to pursue for the future of Grimsby. I would definitely like to be involved with the MP and DND if permitted to. In the discussions of this future, I realize that this is a long-term plan and not anything that's going to happen immediately. The residents in the area have all had exceptional input into this. The one fear obviously being that it may be developed, and I just want to make that clear that is not the intention of this. And the intention is basically to continue on building in an environmental sanctuary. We do have our sanctuary next door, which, I mean, a bird sanctuary with the wood ducks and a rifle range don't really go hand in hand. We also do have the safety factor of the waterfront. We have the large buoyed off area in Lake Ontario. And the rifle shots that the Department of National Defense are shooting, should they go off into the water, would ricochet for kilometers, multiple kilometers. And that's hence the reason why those buoys are out there. I have noticed several times in my own experience going out to the beach there with the dogs, people jet ski, boat, right on through those buoys, and not a lot of them actually know what they're there for. And I've heard stories of residents saying they've seen bullets skip past. Whether those are true or not, I think it makes sense to pursue this before something like that does ever happen. And kind of given with everything going on the lake with the duck hunting, that I think it's kind of fitting that we take a stance to no firearms on the water. Thank you.
Councillor Charwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan. So I do not have any problems with ever discussing different possibilities. I am concerned, however, that this is just an opportunity to open that door, and province, they said that they were never going to, develop the green belt, right? And they have. So their word doesn't actually mean anything when it comes to environmental. So it's the language here that I don't love. And if we could do a friendly amendment, for myself, I would rather it be, all the first part's fine, but where it says towards the end, therefore be it resolved that town staff open discussions with the DND about their plans for the future of the site, or period. Like I don't want that part that says that to further express the town of Grimsby's desires to relocate the facility and add to conservation parklands. I just feel like that's a little too strong language when we don't actually know what could come of that. And if you want to include the D&D and Niagara West MP Dean Allison, like in those conversations in this motion, that'd be fine. But I don't want us to come across as being like we are going in a certain direction when we don't actually have any information.
Yeah, I full on support a friendly amendment. I just wanted to be clear of what my intentions for trying to relocate the facility were. And my intentions were to increase conservation parklands, the waterfront trail, and as well as expand on 50 Point. Open to suggestions completely. I think we need to be clear on the town's goals with this project. And the only reason I added to put relocate the facility is just to increase the conservation area. The facility would have to go elsewhere. Whether that's within Grimsby's borders or not is another conversation. But certainly welcome to open any changes that are in pursuit of pursuing the same goal. So.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll second this motion. We've had this discussion with various governments going all the way back to the early 2000s, when I think Tony Valeri maybe was involved, and we've tried this many times, and I feel like Sisyphus pushing a rock up a hill, but I think we got to continue to voice our opinion that this is not an appropriate place for a firing range. When it was put there, Grimsby was a rural community, and the land uses were significantly different than what they are now. So I think that we need to continue to make it clear that, you know, it's now the most densely populated area of Grimsby, and one of the most densely populated areas in Niagara. It will become, because of Ward 4 and by the lake it's high density residential. So not the best place to put a firing range. You know, these changes need to occur over time. The land uses have to change to meet the needs, and turning that into more parkland or more passive land, which would be, you know, conservation land, is a great way to do it. And I think that you mentioned conservation area. It's not making it clear, like Councillor Charwa said, that we don't want to see development here. We don't want to see more buildings go up here. In fact, I think it should be passive. I don't even think it should be an active park. It should be a lot like what is just down the road from it there in the sanctuary, the Naturalist Club area there, where it just be allowed to kind of regrow naturally and allow nature to take its course there. Obviously not an appropriate place for it, so let's continue to push that with the Department of Defense, and I don't know that we're going to get a different answer, but we have to continue to ask because we know what the right answer is, so.
And just to add, it does have about a 10-acre mid-mature oak savanna forest that is intact because no one goes in there other than wildlife to change it and all. So any further questions or comments? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Bradzi, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Whereas the town of Grimsby has recognized the need for additional parkland, open green spaces, and environmental conservation, and whereas many residents of Grimsby have expressed their desire to improve and extend our waterfront trail and add parkland, and whereas the Department of National Defense rifle range currently sits on Winston Road between a conservation area, a bird sanctuary, and adjacent public beach, and is an ideal location to accommodate the above needs and desires. Therefore, be it resolved, the town staff opened discussions with the DND about their plans for the future of the site and put this on record to the DND and Niagara West MP Dean Allison. All in favor? I'll use your online voting on eScribe. And that's carried. All right, now we're moving to Report 11.2, A, PA 2302, OLT Direction 57 Gauge Appeal. Need a mover and seconder. Walter's going to speak on it. Good evening, Walter.
Good evening. If you just give me a minute, I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Here we go. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This was a minor variance application for a proposed canopy, rear yard canopy, an illustration of which you see here on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side is an aerial photograph showing the context of the proposed addition to the dwelling at 57 Gage Street in the rear yard in this location here. Now, the nature of the application, and forgive me, I didn't use a PowerPoint presentation. I thought this was a good way to do it, as I will be able to zoom in and out as required. But again, these are the details of the proposed addition to the house. And illustrated here in yellow, the lot line is in red, and the dotted lines represent where the existing required minimum rear yard is, what's permitted to encroach into the rear yard. So the canopy would be permitted to encroach this far into the rear yard, but the variance that was requested was for an encroachment this far into the rear yard. Okay. Now, planning staff, in our analysis of the 4 tests for a committee of adjustment application, recommended that the application be approved. However, the committee of adjustment refused the application. Now, what we're recommending in the report is that legal counsel be hired to represent the town. This particular application to represent the town's position. Our recommendation is to represent staff's recommendation, which is to support the approval and to negotiate a settlement with the applicant on this particular proposal. I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you, Walter. Questions from council? Councilor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if you, Walter, if you could go back to that photograph. So is that what's built already, or that's what they want to build?
This is a proposal. So this is artist, it looks like a photograph, but it's not. It's an artist rendering of the proposed addition.
And did people, neighbors object? Did anybody come forward objecting to this?
Yes. Yes, the neighbor immediately to the west, or sorry, to the east. I have north is actually to the bottom of the page here, but yeah, the neighbor immediately, can you see where I'm circling here?
Yeah.
These neighbors came to the meeting and objected to the proposed addition.
Okay, so.
And which we discussed at the meeting was that the structure of this size would be permitted in this location, in the size identified, if it was not attached to the house. It's a quirk in the zoning bylaw where a detached structure like this would be permitted here, but if it's attached to the house, there are limitations as to how far it can extend into the rear yard.
Was the neighbor? Okay.
Yeah, so if the structure was not attached to the house, then it would be permitted as you see it now.
Would it be permitted at that elevation?
That's correct.
Well, like when I'm looking at the photo, right? This is an elevated platform, right? So was the neighbors concerned that they would be looking into their yard from this platform? Because
yes. the variance wasn't for the platform. The variance was for the cover, essentially, the roof structure.
Okay, but I guess what I'm trying to get is, was the concern of the neighbor that this platform, which looks to be about maybe 4 or 5 feet off the ground, would be then looking into their backyard, overlooking their backyard?
Yeah, the concerns that were expressed at the meeting were with regard to the size of the structure, the roof structure, and how it would impede sunsets.
Okay, because I see it would also probably impede sun on their pool, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Now, but you've requested, or you asked the question, but the deck itself is permitted?
Okay. It's just, yeah, but there's a difference between 6 feet and 18 feet, right? Or what is it, 1.5 meters is what, four and a half feet versus 18 feet?
That's correct.
Okay.
The encroachment is 6.2 meters, that's proposed. What was permitted was an encroachment of 1.5 meters beyond the minimum rear yard setback, which is probably about 3.6 meters.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Walter.
You're welcome.
Councillor DeVolde.
Mayor Jordan, a question to Mr. Basic about the proposed idea. What was the proposal as to how water would be handled off the roof of this structure? And were there any concerns expressed by the neighbors as to water coming off this roof and then onto their properties?
Yeah, there is an existing easement across the back, which is a storm easement in favor of the town. So there's a catch basin in the corner here. I don't believe there were any grade changes that were being proposed in conjunction with this proposed addition to the house. So typically, buildings are built, the lots are graded with side yard swales. And in this particular case, since the catch basin is at the southwest corner here, I'm guessing that the water would have been directed on the site to that point. But that's something that would have to be addressed through the building permit process. It would have to identify where the downspouts are. I think we would be requesting a lot grading plan in this particular case, just to make sure that everything's working properly also.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Any further questions or comments from Councillor Sharwal?
Through you, Mayor Jordan. If this does go through, I would like to see that the neighbors, anybody that came and delegated against this proposal, that they're on the record so that, I don't know whether they can be called back, but
Yeah.
Walter, can that be added?
Yeah, so the application was appealed because it was denied. The application was appealed by the applicants. So the record was passed on to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and they will be requesting, we provide the information of who actually spoke at the meeting, and there was actually a presentation that was made at the meeting also. So they would be notified. So if there is a settlement between the town and the applicant regarding the proposal and the appeal, then the neighbor would have an opportunity to address the Ontario Land Tribunal and express any concerns that they may have expressed at the Committee of Adjustment meeting.
Councillor Korstanji.
So just to clarify, so in the bylaw, you're only allowed 1.5 meters, but they've asked for 6.21. So.
That's correct.
So they've asked planning for it, and planning said yes, but then it was denied according to the bylaw from Committee of Adjustment?
That, the Committee of Adjustment denied. They disagreed with our assessment of the proposal. Yes.
Because I would assume because it's following the bylaw that we've instated. So if we have are we like doing this on individual basis? Or I just don't know what's the point of having a bylaw if planning can supersede it and then we have different rules for different residents. And to my understanding, reading this, if it goes to the OLT, they can actually call you in support of them.
That's correct. So the purpose of a minor variance application is where the individual circumstances of a site. Well, anyway, so I'll take a step back. There are zoning regulations, and minor variances applications are intended to apply to situations where somebody can't meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw for whatever reason. Now, so we're required, as planning staff, we're required to assess a proposal for a minor variance application on the basis of 4 tests. So the tests are whether or not the proposed development or variance is consistent with the intent of the official plan, consistent with the intent of the zoning bylaw, is minor in nature and appropriate for the development of the land. So those are the 4 tests that we measure any minor variance application against, as does the Committee of Adjustment. So our assessment was that it does meet those 4 tests. The Committee of Adjustment's assessment was that it does not meet all of the 4 tests. So it just has to fail one of the tests in the eyes of the Committee of Adjustment for them to fail an application and deny it. So, and again, the purpose of the zoning bylaw is to have standards, but not every lot is shaped the same. Not every that's the circumstance of every lot is not exactly the same. The terrain in some cases may be different. So that's why the Committee of Adjustment process was established because not every circumstance, like I said, is the same. So it's to assign logic to circumstances on different situations, essentially.
So maybe if I can just offer a little bit of an opinion here. Why should we even have setbacks if someone can propose something 3 times bigger than the setback? And we call that minor. And in my opinion, we need to have larger setbacks, if anything. And I commend the Committee of Adjustment for denying it, but that's my personal opinion. Thank you.
The other thing you have to keep in mind is that, like I said previously, and something we also took into account in our assessment, was that if this structure was not attached to the house, just a small distance away from the house, that entire structure can be built in accordance with all of the provisions of the zoning bylaw. So that structure would be consistent with the zoning bylaw if it was not attached to the house.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan. So with this, it just seems a little strange that they would put up such a fight over something that they could just detach from the house, which makes me wonder whether there's actually a plan to make this like an accessory building or of some sort. I don't know. I don't.
Well, if it was detached, it would be an accessory building.
It
would be a structure. It's because it's attached that it's run afoul of the zoning regulations. So if it was not attached, it would be an accessory structure and it would be permitted as you see it there, more or less, but not attached to the house.
Right, so if it was not attached to the house, they would be taxed on top of it, correct? But because it's going to be attached to the house, then they obviously wouldn't have an additional tax, right?
Pardon me, you said tax?
Yeah, I'm just wondering as far as whether the municipality, Town of Grimsby, could tax them for that additional property. I'm not quite sure on the regulations for that.
Yeah, the taxes are based on the assessed value of the property multiplied by the tax rate. That's based on the budget. So the region's budget and the town's budget and the school board's budget. So I don't know if it would really change the value of the property, whether it was attached or not attached. But there, as you heard earlier in one of the presentations with the MPAC delegation, whenever one of the criteria for them to reassess a property is when there's a building permit that would activate them to come out to the site and reassess the property. So the building permit that would be issued for this proposed addition, whether it's an addition or whether it's an accessory structure, it would still require a building permit, and they would have to reassess the property based on that notification from our building department.
So if these homeowners went ahead and if we allowed them to do this, and then all of a sudden they just decided that, no, we're not going to use it for this purpose, we're going to build another little rental income, can we do anything about it?
Yeah, that would require another permit. And again, it would be, because it was a detached building, that would be a separate building. It would probably not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw because it would be a detached dwelling, and a detached dwelling isn't permitted by our zoning bylaw in a rear yard. So they would have to apply for either a zoning amendment or apply for another variance. That would be a completely different scenario. That couldn't just happen. There'd be another application that would have to be assessed.
Councillor DeVoley.
To pick up on something that Councillor Charwois talked about, though, really, if they didn't attach this roof, this patio roof, to their house by 6 inches, 3 inches, whatever, our bylaws would allow it to happen, right?
Correct.
And so I guess I'm a bit confused about why the homeowner wouldn't just do that and avoid the whole problem of having to appeal to the OLT and so on. It seems like such an easy solution for the homeowner to get around our rules. And maybe I'm asking you to try and put yourself in the shoes of the homeowner. Why wouldn't they just take that easy route?
Yeah. They wouldn't be getting around the rules. They would be, through you, Mayor, they wouldn't be getting around the rules. They would be following the rules.
Yeah, they'd be following the rules exactly for 3 inches, 6 inches, whatever, right?
Yeah. And again, it's something that was at the Committee of Adjustment meeting. So I'm assuming the owners are fully aware that that's a possibility for them. But I can't.
I know you can't speak for them nor why they are choosing this route versus another one, but it just seems that all of this hinges on, I'll say 1 inch, 3 inches, whatever.
Right.
So are we really then proposing that we would hire legal counsel to negotiate with them about this? Is that what the recommendation is?
Yeah, to settle in accordance with which would basically be the town agrees with staff's recommendation. They would settle with the applicant, but then the neighbor would have an opportunity to speak to their objections to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So the neighbors would still have an opportunity to speak to it, but the town would take a position, meaning council. Council would take a position on the proposal, whether or not to support it. So if you follow the resolution that we're recommending, you would be supporting the approval as you see it, or the proposal as you see it.
Thank you.
Another option that council could consider is just to not get involved at all and just let the neighbors provide evidence at an OLT hearing. So.
All right, moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor DeVoley. Resolve that report PA 2302, A4622, 57 Gage Street, minor variance application, town representation at the Ontario Land Tribunal dated February 6, 2023, be received, and council instruct the town's legal counsel to reach a settlement with the applicant, accepting the planning staff recommendation contained within the report regarding minor variance application A4622 for 57 Gage Street, and present such settlement to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Online voting.
Can I just ask a
So,
question?
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor DeVoley.
Just to clarify, I mean, sorry, Councillor DeFlavio, or had picked up on something that Mr. Basic had said. So a variation of this option would be that we simply stand down on this, right? And it will continue on to the OLT, the neighbor will make application and so on. So just to be clear, like.
So that would be voting against it if we vote against it.
And then we would have
won't
another
legal counsel,
resolution.
And it just goes to the OLT without town representation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
That's correct, yeah.
So I read the resolution. You can vote during using your e-scribe. So that's defeated. All right. Okay, so now we move to correspondence. Need a mover and seconder for correspondence. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, seconder Councillor Baradzi. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Baradzi. Resolved that the following correspondence be received. Niagara Region approval of Niagara official plan, Town of Fort Erie freshwater health campaign. Niagara Region December 2022 NRT on demand metrics. Niagara Region 2023 water wastewater operating budget. Niagara Region 2023 waste management services operating budget. DIA voting report. Vote through your e-scribe, please. All right, that's carried.
Councillor Sharma, I didn't vote. Councillor Ward.
Just say.
Give it to me now.
All right, that was carried. Next meeting, the next committee of the whole meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 21st, 2023 at 6:30 PM. This meeting is adjourned. We'll come back to our council meeting at 10:45. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to call to order a council meeting for Monday, February 6, 2023. Can everyone rise for playing of the national anthem? Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Councillor Frake, Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the February 6, 2023 council meeting agenda be approved. Vote on your e-scribe, please. Oh, just all in favor? That's carried. All right. Now we move to adoption of the previous minutes. Councillor DeFlavio?
Thank you, Worship. I was hoping that we could pull the item related to the McNally House hospice and have a brief discussion about it. I've drafted a resolution hoping that we can get council to approve in principle the support of McNally House based on the budget surplus from 2022, and move forward. We could talk more about it once we get to that point. That's the item I want to have lifted, please.
All right, so first we'll get a mover and seconder for the passing of the committee of the whole minutes to lift them for separate consideration. So that's Councillor DeFlavio.
I'll second that.
Councillor Bradzi. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Bradzi. Resolved that resolution CW 23-008 from the Committee of the Whole minutes of January 16th, 2023 be lifted for separate consideration. Recorded vote. Councillor DeVoldy, she's not here.
Yes, I am.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought you said you had to go.
At 11.
Oh. Councillor DeVoldy?
Yes.
Sorry. Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Howe?
Yes.
This is just for the polling of it, right?
Yeah. Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Councillor Sharwa? Yes. Councillor Korsanji? Yes. Councillor Bradzi?
Yes.
Councillor DeFlavio? Yes. And myself, yes.
That's carried.
All right, yeah, that's carried, sorry. Now they've been lifted, so Councillor DeFlavio, you'd like to discuss? Or do you have a motion ready?
The motion's ready. I don't know if we can put it up for,
Yeah, I'm quite
has it
happy
been
with
amended as we discussed, Ms. Kim? That's been amended? Okay. So briefly, I think that once it comes back from a budget perspective, we're going to find the money for it. I don't think that there was anybody at the last meeting that was opposed to it. What you'll see in the proposal that I brought forward is that we support it in principle, that we find the money for it in the budget, and the idea that it's precedent setting, I have a real issue with. Everything that we do on a case-by-case basis. Every budgetary item we deal with on a case-by-case basis. I don't think that comparing other things to McNally House might be a good thing that we do in the future and say, is it as important as McNally House? It was brought to all of our attention, I believe, that even our own strategic plan talks about the establishment of a hospital campus and the importance of that establishment. The last thing I'm going to say about it is, a couple of weeks ago, the city of Hamilton, you might have seen it on the news, Doug Ford came and there was a big joyous event between him and Andrea Horvath in Hamilton where they put all their past differences aside, and he gave $1.5 million to Canada Baking in Hamilton for the creation of 15 jobs. So the province of Ontario feels that a job is worth $100,000. We know that this facility is going to create, what was it, 8 to 12 jobs, I think was. So if we're not willing to invest our share for jobs that we know are going to be in the town of Grimsby, I think in the long run, we've looked at tonight the importance of the hospital and the entire area. In the future, I think that entire area will become, more doctors' offices, more. That's the long-term plan, is that entire part of Grimsby becomes part of a hospital campus. This is just part of that process, and I think that we need to support it and put our money where our mouth is. And I think we need to do that now and not wait until the budget process, because I think that waiting to the budget process, in my opinion, is just putting off the inevitable. So if you want to put it up and people can read it over, and if they want to make changes to it, I'm open to changes that are friendly. But this is what I'm suggesting. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio, and I think you had Councillor Frake as your seconder on this, so that'll be noted. All right, so the resolution's on the floor. Questions or comments? Councillor DeVoldy?
I will say that I am really torn on this particular issue. I believe in the good work that this organization does, and I fully agree with Councillor DeFlavio's comment that, we have an organization here that's expanding, that will come with more jobs attached to it, and that those are good things to support. I will tell you why I struggle with it, though, because we've gone through an entire evening of listening to how much we're going to need to put out for the hospital, for, I'll call it the renovations and expansion of the Peach King Center and so on. And those things worry me as to what the impact is on individuals, residents, and the impact on their property tax bill. And then I'll say the second worry that I have in all of this is that we have an organization that has come forward, and in trying to research and learn more about it, I will tell you that I firmly believe in openness, accountability, and transparency. And I will tell you that I was disappointed when I did my research to try and find out about their financial statements, and that the 2022 statements are not on their website. It turns out, they have a foundation with over $2 million on it, and there was no mention made to us about that. And I just, I was disappointed in the fact that I don't feel yet like they share that same vision that I have for openness and accountability and transparency. And perhaps if they were asked, they would come forward with it, which I think would be a lovely thing, and they probably would. They're good people. But that's why I thought we should refer this back to the budget process, set a policy about all of it, and make sure that everybody is very clear about that. The other thing I had the opportunity to do in the last week, and I know some of you knew I was up in North Bay, and I had an opportunity to meet with the mayor of the city of North Bay, and I asked him how they handle issues like this too. They are a single-tier municipality. We are a lower tier with an upper tier. They have a population of about 50,000 residents. We're somewhere around 30,000. And he said what they have done, because they get lots of requests as well, is that by and large, in their budget, they set aside $100,000 every year. They have a process, an application process with deadlines and so on, and that organizations know you can come forward, this will be approved, and they'll decide by a certain date, and they take it out of the budget. And so they have a process in place. And that's why, I guess that just confirmed for me that we need to have a process in place too. What I was seeing on the website, or the lack of information on the website, really re-emphasized for me that, organizations that come to us need to be forthright and share that with us, right? And so that's why I am torn. I am truly torn. We have a good organization coming forward, but I have concerns about the town's finances and the amount that we need to fund going forward. And I realize it seems like it's only 132,000 or whatever, and that, in all likelihood, there will be a surplus from 2022, and we can probably afford to do it. But on the other hand, I don't want them to lose their grant, and I don't believe they will, because we've already supported them to the amount of over $30,000. And so I will tell you, I am really torn on this particular issue. I find, the yin and the yang of it doesn't make me happy. And I will share with you just one last thing, if I could. Of course, they sent another letter to us, and they outlined all the other hospices in the province and the funding that came from them. And what came to mind when I read that letter was my children, who used to come to me and say, why can't we get this? So-and-so down the street has a big screen TV, and so-and-so over here has this, and Mom and Dad, why can't we have those things?
Yeah, we're going to cut it there, because it's past 11. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that council go past the 11 p.m. curfew. All in favor? That's carried. All right, yes, Councillor Frake.
Well, I was one of the few that voted in favor of this last time around. And I'm not torn. I thought it was torn the last time around, but since then I've had a lot of deliberations myself. On top of what Councillor DeFlavio is saying, the economics and the commerce piece, which is absolutely 100% correct, and the fact that they are physically in Grimsby supporting other municipalities says a lot. And they have a long, long history here in Grimsby. And, you know, what's $130,000 against somebody living the last days of their lives? I mean, I would look at that part of it. There is no value on that. So to have a facility like that in Grimsby, that we can accommodate someone who's living the last years, days of their lives, I'd like to be a part of that. I'd like to be able to approve it. So I'm 100% in favor. That's why I seconded this. This is why I went in favor of the last time, and I will do the same this time. So thank you, Mr. DeFlavio, for bringing this back up. Appreciate it. So I want to move ahead with this thing, and I don't want to wait for the budget. I want to approve it tonight and get it done, get it over with, put it behind us, because I'd hate to think that if there is a grant out there, and it depends on what Grimsby does, and if what Lincoln is also waiting for us to make a decision as well, so that is also going to be affected. So let's move ahead with this. Let's get it done and do a good thing for the community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through you, Mayor Jordan. So West Lincoln actually, they came to West Lincoln last week or this Monday, I can't remember. And West Lincoln, after saying lots of praise, they also said no. They would refer it to the budget. And they had, in previous years, done the exact same thing. So they said no. I'm fully still stand by the fact that the most financially responsible, fiscally responsible thing that we can do is set this criteria. At this point, we're not even evaluating, whether or not this is a good organization. Nobody's saying that it's not. What we're saying is we need criteria, because right now we know that the province has funded them. The region that we pay a hefty amount for, is also that's coming off of our tax bill. So we've already paid provincially, we've paid through the Niagara region. We just paid $31,000 5 months ago, and here they are asking us again. So we've paid 3 times already. So that should be part of the criteria. We need to have this criteria before. Where's the limit? If they came and asked us for $100,000 a year, is that the limit? We haven't, if they came back 2 days later and asked us again after we approved it, is that the limit? We haven't established that. So I'm a firm no. We need this criteria.
Councillor Bradzi.
I just would like to say that I think, yes, we do need this criteria, and to rehash my statement from last week, I just don't think we can put everybody on hold until we have it. I would very much like to support McNally as soon as possible, and as far as I was aware, I believe West Lincoln deferred it to us, saying if Grimsby supports it, they will support it as well. I think that kind of pressure, for lack of a better word, from our neighboring municipalities is all the more incentive to move quickly on this. And I would like to vote, or I would like to reconsider my vote after thinking about it for the last 2 weeks and support McNally.
Councillor Korstanji.
So I don't think anybody disagrees that it's a great organization. I do believe they're expanding to day services, so I don't think that it's going to really lose out on people staying there. But my biggest concern is the criteria. We cannot say yes to this and then establish criteria and expect every other organization to follow that criteria. That would not be fair. From a legal perspective, that would open us up to liability. Every group that's going to come is going to be of equal value into our community. Pastone was a great example of that tonight. I think, they asked for West Lincoln 2 years ago. So it's not like there wasn't time to establish that criteria. Unfortunately, it's fallen on us, what wasn't done in the past, but I think we need to be responsible and establish the criteria. We can send a letter of support. West Lincoln also asked for a member on their board. They're asked for $70,000. We're going to pay $160,000. Maybe we need a member on the board as well. There's a lot more to consider than just saying, yes, we all agree it's a great organization. We all agree we want to support it, but I think we need to do what is most responsible.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I too struggled a lot with this one, and have since reflected quite a bit on it over the past couple of weeks, and have determined that I'm willing to be more supportive than I was. And the only thing is I share I share the concerns of my colleagues, Councillor Costanza and also Councillor DeVoli, in that we need to have criteria because these things are going to come again and again. But in looking at this in the context of what we've invested in the hospital and the community of care, that I'm willing to commit to saying that yes, we will support them. Yes, we'll provide some money, although I want to do it at budget time and to see where we're at fiscally. So I wouldn't be able to support Councillor DeFlavio's motion in whole, but I would be willing to say that we support this in principle, that we will support, we will put money towards it, an amount to be determined at budget time. So because as Councillor DeVoli said, we've seen costs go up on certain items. We're going to have to find money for them, and maybe we will be able to fund everything. But I also think we've also given some revenue already, so I think that's something that should be taken into consideration as well. If I could propose a friendly amendment to Councillor DeFlavio's motion to say we have support in principle, we'll determine an amount at budget time, but just not state at this point how much money.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just to respond to a few of the things. So the McNally House website has financial statements for 5 years. The 2022 is not available. And of course, their budgetary years end in March, so it's a little bit behind. But our 2022 financial statements are not available either. So, I mean, we can't be critical of them for not having theirs available when you can't see ours for 2022 yet either. Related to the province, us already paying for it through the province and the region, I agree, but we've asked those people to put money back into Grimsby. They're doing it now, and we have to put in our share too. So yes, the province has funded it, the region has funded it, and now it's Grimsby's turn to put our share into it too. The idea of any decision we make being precedent setting, I could tell you that we've given money to organizations in the past, and never once did I look back, and never once did somebody come forward and say, well, you gave money to them, why aren't you giving it to us? Every decision we make as a council is a new decision based on the information that we have in front of us that day. I agree wholeheartedly that we should have a criteria. I don't know what that criteria is going to say and if it's going to tell you not to fund this, but I can tell you that this is something that we can find in the surplus of this year's budget, I believe. I've been involved in lots of budgets before, and I think finding $132,000 in this year's surplus is something that can be done. I'm not suggesting that we put it on the tax on the levy for this year. I'm suggesting that we find it in the surplus. That rather than putting some of that surplus into reserves, we pay for this project out of the surplus. So it's not new tax. It's not something that, I'm not asking for new money. I'm just asking that we say that we're going to fund it, and we fund it through money that was left over from last year. And I hope that makes sense to everybody.
Councillor DeFlavio, it makes perfect sense. And actually, we as a council shouldn't even be really discussing this because, in my opinion, the majority of the last council didn't make a decision last year and should have made that decision. And we're here now, and I think we need to make right now. Councillor Vardy.
I guess I just want to, through you, Mr. Mayor, disagree with Councillor DeFlavio. Whether it's money in reserves or money here or money there, basically it all comes down to one pot of money of what we have to pay for the various different things. So whether we take it from reserves or not, it just means that, you know, the money that we were hoping to pay for something else out of reserves, that money's not going to be there. So I just say that's a little bit of a false dichotomy to say that, like, it's almost like not going to cost us anything because it's out of reserves. Well, we use those reserves to buy fire trucks and pay for roads and do whatever. That said, once again, I'm willing to support it. I'm willing to make a determination at budget time to see where we're at fiscally, and, you know, to support it to the amount of what we can best do. And I think, you know, in terms of them going forward to the province by saying they've got a commitment from Grimsby to give an amount not yet specified, but an agreement in principle to provide something, and then to continue on with the criteria, because, you know, we will get these requests again and again and again, and I don't believe that we can deal with them in an ad hoc basis in a responsible way.
Councillor Korstanji.
Just your comment about the criteria and making each decision new. I completely disagree with that. When we do that, we create issues. Just because we don't see them doesn't mean they're not there, and it doesn't mean that they're not going to come forward. I would highly recommend, if you're going to do this without establishing criteria first that you're going to then put on everybody else, you should seek legal advice to see what liability that actually puts us at, because it is unfair treatment.
Councillor Howe.
I won't be supporting this. There's no question, and I've read around the table, that we support McNally House. It's the right thing to do, we know that. But we need to run it with a little bit more consideration as to where the money's coming from. Right now, we don't know what pocket to take it out of. We don't know what's coming down the track. But there's got to be a process to how we do it and when we do it. We just can't keep reacting because we got a lot of things coming on our plate in the next little while. So I can't be supporting it, I'm sorry.
Councillor Sharwa.
Just thank you through your Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to clarify, because there are, you know, you'll read little snippets of things, and we're voting on, this is a day hospice. So this is not end of life care the way that the McNally already established is. Even in an article when I was researching explaining this, these are people that are like 2 years out that, you know, that are navigating the system. So this is not the same. This is, you know, a want, not necessarily a need, as they are not at full capacity either. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Councillor Bradsey.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I just wanted to say, in a perfect world, we'd already have this criteria and we wouldn't be having this debate. But I can't imagine a world where Grimsby does not stand behind McNally and support them on this. Our neighboring municipalities support them. We're building a health campus with our hospital. To me, this just needs to be done, and it's what our residents want.
Can I call the question? And I'm not prepared to go with a friendly amendment as a seconder.
All right, the question has been called. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that McNally House Hospice funding request of $132,000 on a one-time basis to be funded with 2022 in-year surplus as available be approved, and that staff be directed to bring forward a policy and a report for all future financial requests. Recorded vote.
So that was a recorded vote. Mayor Jordan, yes. Councillor DeVoli, no. Councillor Frake, yes. Councillor Howe, no. Councillor Vardy, no. Councillor Charwa, no. Councillor Korstanji, no. Councillor Barretzi, yes. Councillor DeFlavio, yes. That is defeated.
Can I also do something? Can we discuss one more thing on that? No?
No, it's been voted on as.
No, like a separate thing in 6.1. I would just want to. Not left, discuss, but also where I see PA 23-03, we're talking about heritage. I just want to talk about heritage and our, how we prioritize heritage designations.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so there's two reports that's kind of coming in regards to motions that were passed at committee of the whole. So if I can ask that we address the reports first, and then depending on that, we'll approve the minutes afterwards.
Yeah, that's fine. So we'll.
Yeah, we did.
No, because it was never, it hasn't been ratified, so then it just goes back. That was defeated, so it goes back into the council minutes, and we vote on that, So we're moving to report DPW 23-03, parking restrictions?
Yes.
All right. Brandon, good evening. Thanks for waiting for so long. How are you?
Good, how are you? Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. So I do have a quick PowerPoint presentation. Realize it's late in the night, so I'll try to rush through it not too quickly, but I'm just going to share my screen if that's okay. Hopefully I can do this. That, and then there we go. Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can.
I think that's good. Okay, thank you. So let me get rid of that. Perfect, now I'm set up.
Mr. Mayor, before Mr. Wortman presents this, can I make a motion to defer this report? This one here?
Sure. If you have a second, you can do a deferral motion.
I'd like to make a motion to defer. I've gone over this report, and I don't think it's going to address the concerns of residents. I'd like more time to be able to discuss this with our operations department to see if we can come forward with something that will be more satisfactory to all parties.
Councillor Bradzi is seconder for the deferral. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bradzi. Resolved that Resolution CW 23-011 from the Committee of the Whole minutes of January 16th, 2023, and report DPW 23-03 be deferred. Use your e-scribe to vote. All right, so we'll just do it by a show of hands, unless it's close, and then I'll ask for a recorded vote. No, that's carried, so it's deferred. Sorry for waiting, Brandon. All right, now we're moving to report PA 23-03, update to the Municipal Heritage Register. Good evening, Bianca. Thanks for waiting around for 5 hours. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, the mayor, and good evening, council. So can everyone see the slide here, the PowerPoint slide? So you can. Okay. So this report was prepared by staff to provide a background for council's attention with respect to the proposed inclusion of a property on the Municipal Heritage Register. The subject property has been identified as having cultural heritage value or interest as defined by the Ministry of Culture under the Ontario Regulation 56922. And staff utilized the Ontario Regulation 56922 and found that the property had met at least 6 out of the 9 prescribed criteria. So the property owners of 9 Elm Street have expressed an interest in making changes to the property. They have also expressed an interest in working collaboratively with the town to complete an evaluation of historical value on the subject site. Staff recommend that this item be streamlined to council due to the recent amendments to the Ontario Heritage Act, which requires that a property be on the register in order to proceed with additional protections if an application is submitted. Prioritizing this inclusion on the register will enable the municipality to consider the resource and its cultural significance as an integral part of the site if an application is submitted. I also wanted to provide an overview of the history identified on the subject site. So the property meets the criteria for design and physical value because the dwelling was constructed circa 1910. The dwelling has strong influences of Edwardian and craftsman style of architecture. The dwelling at 9 Elm Street demonstrates a high degree of technical achievement and serves as an excellent example of an intact Wardway home kit from the turn of the 20th century. This would be our first Wardway home in the town that has protection. The dwelling meets the criteria for historical and associative value because the dwelling at 9 Elm Street contributes to the understanding of the development of the downtown and the Elm Street corridor. The property at 9 Elm Street has direct associations with the H.H. Farrell and A. Hewson Basket Factory. The basket factory was an integral part of the successful tender fruit farming industry, and 9 Elm Street abuts the former factory site and was owned by Frell and Sons in the early 1900s. The property meets the criteria for contextual value because the historical dwelling at 9 Elm Street is representative of the age and architectural style that was historically found throughout the neighborhood and the historic corridor. The historic dwelling at 9 Elm Street is physically, functionally, and historically linked to its surroundings. The close proximity to the Frell and Basket factory and its use as supportive housing for the factory and the proximity to the creek have been noted as defining features of the property. In summary, the property at 9 Elm Street has been identified as having cultural heritage significance as defined by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism under Ontario Regulation 56922, and staff have found that the property meets at least 6 of the prescribed criteria and is therefore recommended that the property at 9 Elm Street be included on the Municipal Heritage Register. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Bianca. Questions or comments from council? Just need a mover and seconder for the resolution. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, seconded by Councillor Frake. Yes, council can vote on e-scribe now.
Yes.
Now we need a mover and seconder for adoption of the minutes. Councillor DeFlavio.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Verrecchia and the rest of the staff. They're under a lot of pressure when it comes to heritage. I don't want to lengthen the meeting too long, but they're under a lot of pressure to get these reports done quickly, and 4 designation reports a month are a lot, and they're doing a phenomenal job, and I just want to commend them on that, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I second your commendation. So. All right, need a mover and seconder for the minutes. Moved by Councillor Corstangi. Seconder, Councillor Howe. Moved by Councillor Corstangi, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes of January 16th as amended, Council minutes of January 16th, 2023 as amended, and Special Council minutes of January 18th, 2023 be approved. All in favor? Or, sorry, yeah, let's just do all in favor. That's carried. Yeah, it's getting late. All right. Now we move to the bylaws. Need a mover and seconder for the first reading of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Barty. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Barty. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 23-08 to 23-10, inclusive, and that same be read the first time. All in favor? It's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor DeVoli. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor DeVoli. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 23-08 to 23-10, inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? It's carried. All right, where am I? Now we move to announcements. Any announcements? Councillor Korstanji.
So, just like to congratulate our West Niagara Special Olympians. Our curling team competed at the Ontario Tankard Scotties in Port Elgin on the weekend, and they won first place in their division. And they represented us well with their teamwork and their ability to play and stuff like that. And they curl out of the Grimsby Curling Club, and they'll have a winner's banner with their names embroidered and stuff. It'll be sent down to the curling club, so that's pretty exciting. And just like to recognize that February is Black History Month, and we have some great local Black history that hopefully residents can learn about and discover.
Thank you, Councillor Korstanji. Councillor Frey.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I had the pleasure of representing the town and the mayor at the Grimsby Rotary Can-Am Bonspiel curling tournament here in Grimsby last weekend. And I attended their banquet at Casablanca Inn Hotel, which won't be around much longer. So anyways, it was a great event. They had about 100 people in attendance, and they were from basically around Canada and the United States. So it was quite a turnout, and it was a pleasure to be there. So it was, and they brought a lot of commerce to town. They frequented most of the facilities downtown, and stayed at the Casablanca Inn. So, thank you.
Councillor Baransi.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Yeah, I'd just like to touch on our time we spent at Roma. It was certainly nice to get to know our MPP Oosterhoff and to meet Minister of Labour Monty McNaughton, as well as to learn about many things related to cybercrime in municipalities and insurance. It was probably my largest takeaway. Then on a second announcement, I'd just like to say that our Grimsby Peachkin game on Sunday has been moved from 7:30 at night to 12:30 in the afternoon, so it will not impact the Super Bowl, and hope to see a lot of people there.
If there's no further announcements, just furthering Councillor Korstanji's announcement about Black History Month, I had the opportunity to meet today with the Niagara and Hamilton chapters of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, and it was actually a really interesting meeting, and we talked a lot about how communities in Niagara and certainly Grimsby are becoming diversified, and it was very exciting to see that a Black Chamber of Commerce is actually opening up in Niagara, and an interesting story, when I was in Grimsby High School back in 1979, 80, we had over 1,500 students in Grimsby High School, and actually there were 3 persons of color, and one of them was a person that the person that was on the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce was actually a cousin, her aunt. And it was funny because to actually remember someone from 1979, 80, it shows how much Grimsby has changed in 40 years? So anyway, any further announcements? Not seeing any. We'll move to the next meeting of council is scheduled for Tuesday, February 21st, immediately following the committee of the whole. Just need a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw. Moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Korstanji, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 23-11 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 23-11 read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed. The mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? It's carried. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.